Welcome to wisdom. Relax, close your eyes. You can drift off. Let the story carry you to sleep.
Every infant arrives in the world equipped with a set of primitive reflexes. These automatic responses operate without conscious thought, guiding the newborn through the earliest days outside the womb. They are ancient patterns wired into the nervous system before birth, serving as bridges between helplessness and gradual mastery. No one teaches a newborn these movements. They simply emerge when needed, as natural as breathing, as essential as warmth. The rooting reflex is among the first to appear. When something brushes against a newborn's cheek, the baby turns toward the touch, mouth searching. This simple movement helps the infant find nourishment without understanding what nourishment means. The body already knows what the mind has not yet learned. It is a quiet form of inherited wisdom, passed down through countless generations of human life. Closely linked is the sucking reflex. From the very first feeding, an infant can draw milk without instruction or conscious practice. The motion is rhythmic and coordinated, a small marvel of biology that ensures survival in those fragile opening hours. Watch closely during feeding, and you will see how effortless it appears, though beneath the surface, muscles and nerves work together in precise harmony. Another reflex involves the hands. Place a finger against a newborn's palm, and the tiny fingers curl around it with surprising strength. This grasp reflex is not a conscious choice. It is a remnant of earlier times in human history, perhaps when clinging to a caregiver meant safety. The grip can be remarkably firm, strong enough to briefly support an infant's weight, though this is never tested intentionally. Then there is the startle reflex, sometimes called the Moro reflex. A sudden noise or sensation of falling causes the infant's arms to spread wide before drawing back toward the chest. The motion looks like a grasping at the air itself, an instinctive reach for something solid and safe. This reflex fades over the coming months, replaced by calmer responses to surprise. The stepping reflex offers a glimpse of future walking. Hold a newborn upright with feet touching a firm surface, and the legs will move in a pattern resembling steps. The muscles are far too weak for true walking, and balance development is nowhere near ready. Yet the fundamental blueprint is already present deep in the nervous system, waiting patiently for its proper time to emerge. Many months later, when the child finally takes independent steps, these early reflex patterns will resurface in a new and genuinely purposeful form. A gentler reflex appears when the sole of the foot is stroked firmly from heel toward the toes. The toes fan outward and upward in what medical professionals call the Babinski reflex. In older children and adults, this same stimulus causes the toes to curl downward and inward, but in young infants, the fanning response is perfectly normal and fully expected. This difference reflects a nervous system that is still maturing, still forming the myelinated connections that will eventually reverse and refine this characteristic pattern over the course of normal development. As weeks pass and the brain develops, these primitive reflexes begin to fade away one by one. The higher brain centers slowly assume command over the body, replacing automatic reflexive reactions with deliberate and purposeful voluntary movements. The transition happens gradually, a quiet neurological revolution occurring beneath the surface of ordinary daily life. Parents and caregivers may never notice the exact moment when any particular reflex finally disappears, but each absence signals genuine progress in the complex process of neurological maturation and integration. The earliest voluntary motions often appear during regular tummy time practice. Placed carefully on the stomach, an infant may lift the head briefly off the surface, turning it slowly from side to side with visible, concentrated effort. Each small attempt at lifting strengthens the developing muscles of the neck and shoulders. Progress is measured in brief seconds at first, then gradually stretches into full minutes as the weeks of life accumulate. The floor becomes an essential training ground for building the strength that future movement will require. Head control grows noticeably steadier as time passes. What once wobbled unpredictably now holds firm and stable for increasingly longer stretches of observation and interaction. The surrounding world becomes much easier to observe and comprehend when the head no longer droops unexpectedly downward. A stable head position means stable visual input, and stable vision means richer and more meaningful learning from the environment and the people within it. By approximately 3 months of age, many babies can raise their heads with growing visible confidence while positioned on their stomachs. They push up energetically on their forearms, surveying the room around them with fresh curiosity and obvious alertness to movement and sound. The view from this elevated angle brings heightened interest in shapes, colors, and especially the familiar faces of those who provide daily care and comfort. Each exploratory glance outward is a small but significant act of active investigation. The shoulders and upper back contribute their own growing strength to this newfound postural stability. Together, these muscle groups form the essential foundation for what comes next in the natural sequence of motor development. The milestone of rolling over is not far away now, waiting just beyond the current edge of the infant's physical ability and readiness. Rolling typically begins in the direction from tummy to back. The infant shifts body weight gradually to one side, and simple momentum carries the body over in an uncontrolled tumbling motion. This may happen entirely by accident at first, a pleasant surprise to both baby and observing caregiver alike. But with continued repetition and accumulated practice, the rolling motion becomes increasingly intentional and smoothly controlled, transformed from lucky accident into genuine mastered skill. Later in the developmental sequence, rolling from back to tummy reliably follows. This opposite direction requires considerably more coordination and significantly more strength throughout the trunk and arms. The infant must actively lift body weight against the constant downward pull of gravity rather than simply yielding passively to that force. Each successful roll in this more challenging direction represents a small but meaningful victory in the ongoing campaign toward truly independent mobility. The milestone of sitting arrives through careful developmental stages rather than all at once. At first, a young infant needs substantial support at the waist or must keep hands braced firmly on the floor for adequate balance. The sitting posture remains uncertain and unstable, and toppling over sideways or backward is common and entirely expected. Yet with each repeated attempt at sitting upright, the deep core muscles gradually learn their essential stabilizing role in holding the body vertical against gravity's constant pull. Gradually and progressively, the need for external support lessens with practice. An infant sits without any help for a few brief seconds, then for longer periods, and eventually indefinitely without assistance. The hands finally become free for reaching toward objects, grasping interesting items, and exploring the nearby environment rather than being occupied with the demanding task of propping up the body. This liberation of the hands fundamentally changes how the developing infant can interact with the surrounding world. Independent, stable sitting opens entirely new categories of possibility for experience and learning. The world is no longer viewed only from the limited perspective of lying flat. Toys and objects can now be examined from above, manipulated freely with both hands at once, and observed from multiple different angles. The faces of caregivers and family members can be met at a more equal and socially engaging level. This seemingly simple shift in physical perspective matters considerably more than casual observation might initially suggest. Before traditional hands and knees crawling arrives, some infants discover scooting or shuffling as their strongly preferred personal mode of travel across floor surfaces. Using one leg to push backward against the floor and arms to pull the body forward, they drag themselves across rooms in whichever direction currently calls to their interest. This method may not look graceful or particularly efficient to watching adult eyes, but it successfully achieves the essential developmental goal of self-directed intentional movement through physical space. The army crawl represents another common early form of independent floor travel. The determined infant pulls the body forward on the belly, elbows working hard with each stroke, legs trailing loosely behind or pushing weakly against the floor surface. Progress is effortful and notably slow, demanding considerable patience and genuine persistence. Yet this belly crawling represents real and developmentally meaningful progress toward the independence and exploration that lies in the months ahead. Some adventurous babies experiment with what careful observers call the bear crawl variation, moving forward on hands and feet with both knees lifted clearly off the ground. This alternative crawling style strengthens different muscle groups than traditional crawling and adds welcome variety to the growing vocabulary of possible movement patterns. Each individual infant ultimately finds a personal preferred path toward the next major milestone, and no two developmental paths are ever quite exactly alike in their specific details and timing. Traditional crawling on hands and knees represents a major milestone in physical development. This coordinated motion strengthens the shoulders, hips, and trunk in ways that prepare the body for the vertical demands of standing and walking. The alternating pattern of opposite arm and leg moving forward together engages both sides of the brain, building neural pathways that will serve the child well into the future. Some infants spend weeks in this phase, covering distances across floors and carpets before attempting to stand. Pulling up to stand marks the beginning of vertical exploration. Infants grip the edge of a couch, a low table, or a chair, and pull themselves upward until their legs bear weight beneath them. The first attempts are wobbly, often ending in a controlled fall back to sitting. But with practice, the stance grows steadier, and the infant begins to look outward from this elevated vantage point, with visible curiosity about what else might be within reach. Cruising follows naturally from the achievement of standing. The child takes small sideways steps while holding onto furniture for continuous support. Each shuffling movement along the edge of a coffee table or couch builds balance, coordination, and the physical confidence needed for independent steps. The hands still do much of the stabilizing work during these early cruising efforts, but the legs are learning what it feels like to carry the body forward through space under their own power. First independent steps emerge after significant practice with weight shifting and balance recovery. The child releases the furniture, stands alone for a moment, and ventures one small step forward. These early steps are wide-footed and unsteady, with arms held high for balance. Falls are frequent and expected, but each attempt refines the neural pathways that coordinate movement, and within days or weeks, the steps become more controlled and confident. Walking grows smoother as balance and rhythm improve over the following months. The wide stance narrows, the arms drop to the sides, and the gait begins to resemble the pattern seen in older children and adults. What once required total concentration becomes automatic, freeing the mind to focus on new challenges. Running emerges when children can push off with one foot while maintaining forward momentum. The transition from walking to running happens gradually, with early running looking more like hurried walking than sprinting. Speed increases as leg strength develops and balance mechanisms mature. Climbing behaviors appear as children gain confidence in their growing physical abilities. Stairs, playground structures, and even household furniture become inviting challenges that call out for exploration. Each climb requires planning, sustained strength, and careful coordination of hands and feet working together. The satisfaction of reaching a higher point drives repeated attempts at climbing, and with each success, climbing skills become more refined and adventurous in scope. Jumping requires a specific kind of coordination that takes considerable time to develop fully. Both feet must leave the ground at the same moment. The body must achieve true airborne flight, however brief, and then absorb the landing impact safely without falling. Early jumping attempts often look more like enthusiastic bouncing, with feet barely clearing the floor. True two-footed jumps with genuine airborne moments typically appear toward the end of the toddler years, representing a culmination of strength development and precise timing coordination. Early fine motor skills begin with seemingly random hand movements that only gradually become purposeful, reaching toward objects of interest. In the first weeks of life outside the womb, an infant's hands move without clear visible intent, waving through space as the brain and muscles slowly learn to communicate with each other. But within the first few months, those same hands begin reaching toward objects that catch the eye, building the bridge between seeing something interesting and touching it directly. Around 3 months of age, babies begin to intentionally reach for objects within their visual field. The motion may be imprecise at first, with the hand landing somewhere near the target rather than directly on it. But the intent behind the reaching is unmistakably clear, and with regular practice and repetition, accuracy improves steadily over time. Each successful reach reinforces the neural connections that guide future coordinated movement. Grasping skills evolve through several recognizable developmental stages. The earliest grasp is entirely reflexive, triggered automatically whenever something touches the sensitive palm. As voluntary motor control develops over the following weeks, the infant begins to close fingers around objects with visible purpose and intent. The whole hand wraps around items in what observers call a palmar grasp, holding toys, extended fingers, or soft fabric with determined strength. Releasing an object deliberately proves surprisingly difficult for young infants to master. The same muscles that grip tightly must learn to let go smoothly on command, which requires a fundamentally different kind of neural control than grasping provides. Early release attempts may involve shaking the hand vigorously or pressing the held object against a surface until it finally falls free. Smooth and voluntary release develops only gradually with continued practice and neurological maturation. The pincer grasp marks a significant fine motor milestone in development. Using the thumb and index finger together in precise opposition, a child can pick up small items with accuracy that was previously impossible with whole hand grasping. This delicate grip allows for entirely new kinds of exploration and manipulation of the environment. Small food pieces, tiny toys, and interesting bits of material become accessible in ways that a whole hand palmar grasp could never achieve. Hand-eye coordination strengthens through countless repetitions of reaching, grasping, and manipulating objects during everyday play and exploration. Each attempt to catch a rolling ball, stack a block on top of another, or place a shape correctly into a sorter builds stronger connections between visual processing systems and motor control regions. The developing brain learns to predict where moving objects will be and to direct the hands accordingly with increasing precision. Turning pages, stacking blocks, and rotating small objects provide natural, everyday training for fine motor control development. These common play activities strengthen the small muscles of the hands and fingers while simultaneously teaching the brain how to plan and execute increasingly precise movements. What looks like simple play to adult observers is actually sophisticated practice for skills that will matter throughout the child's entire life. Sleep patterns in newborns follow a rhythm that bears little resemblance to the organized sleep of adults. Periods of rest are scattered unpredictably throughout the day and night, responding primarily to the immediate needs of hunger, comfort, and the still immature nervous system's limited capacity for sustained wakefulness. There is no clear distinction between nighttime sleep and daytime naps in these earliest weeks of life outside the womb. Early sleep periods tend to be notably short, often lasting just an hour or two before the infant wakes again with renewed needs. These brief cycles are closely linked to frequent feeding requirements and the rapid physical growth happening throughout the first months of life. The developing brain and body require regular nutrition delivered at short intervals, and sleep naturally organizes itself around these fundamental biological demands. As brain rhythms mature over the first 6 months of development, sleep cycles begin to lengthen and differentiate from each other. Night sleep starts to consolidate into longer, uninterrupted stretches, while daytime sleep organizes into more predictable nap periods that caregivers can begin to anticipate. This gradual shift reflects the development of circadian rhythms, the internal biological clock that will eventually align sleep patterns with the natural cycle of daylight and darkness. By around 6 months of age, deeper sleep stages become more consistent and genuinely restorative. The overall architecture of sleep grows more complex, with recognizable patterns of lighter and deeper sleep cycling throughout each night. These important changes support the rapid learning and memory consolidation that characterize this remarkable period of early development. The brain actively uses sleep time to process and organize the overwhelming flood of new experiences gathered during waking hours. Napping patterns shift gradually as the first year of life progresses through its stages. The frequent short naps characteristic of early infancy give way to fewer but substantially longer nap periods. Some infants settle comfortably into a pattern of 2 naps per day, while others transition more quickly to a single, longer daytime nap. Individual variations are entirely normal and reflect differences in temperament, activity level, and the rhythms of family life. By the end of the first year, many infants have consolidated much of their sleep into a longer nighttime stretch. 8 to 12 hours of continuous night sleep becomes possible for many children, though brief wakings may still occur and are not cause for concern. The total amount of sleep needed remains substantial, often 14 hours or more, spread across each 24-hour period, but its distribution increasingly resembles the organized sleep patterns seen in older children and adults. Toddlers often maintain 1 or 2 naps per day, depending on their individual rhythms and needs. Some children do well with a morning and afternoon nap, while others naturally consolidate their daytime rest into a single, longer period. The transition from 2 naps to 1 typically happens somewhere between 12 and 18 months, though the exact timing varies widely among individuals. Parents and caregivers learn to read the signs of tiredness and adjust routines accordingly. A well-rested toddler tends to be more curious, more patient, and more open to learning during waking hours. Vision at birth is blurry and limited in ways that adults find difficult to imagine or remember. The newborn eye can focus best on objects located about 20 to 30 centimeters away from the face, roughly the distance from a nursing infant to the face of the person holding them. This near-focus range seems almost purposefully designed by nature to serve a specific function. The most important visual information for a newborn involves the human face, and that face is most often found exactly within this optimal focusing distance during the intimate moments of feeding, comfort, and early bonding. This natural alignment between visual capability and typical caregiving position actively supports early bonding and attachment formation. When a parent gazes down at their newborn during feeding, the baby sees just enough detail to begin learning the contours of that beloved familiar face. The eyes meet across this optimal distance. Mutual recognition builds session after session, and emotional connection deepens through these quiet moments of shared visual attention. Vision serves the purposes of relationship from the very beginning of life outside the protective womb. Color vision starts out notably limited and develops progressively through the first several months of life. Newborns can distinguish some colors, particularly high-contrast combinations like black and white, but the full rich spectrum of color takes time to become fully visible as the retinal cells mature and the neural pathways connecting eyes to brain strengthen. By around 4 months of age, most infants see color in ways that closely approximate normal adult perception. The visual world grows richer and more differentiated as this natural development unfolds. Tracking moving objects becomes possible as the eye muscles and coordination systems develop. In the early weeks, an infant may lose sight of a slowly moving toy as it travels across the visual field. But within a few months, smooth pursuit movements become possible, allowing the eyes to follow motion steadily. This ability to track is essential for understanding the world, since so much of the environment involves objects and people in motion. Depth perception improves as infants gain experience with movement and exploration. The ability to judge distance requires input from both eyes working together, along with learned cues from shadows, overlap, and familiar object sizes. Crawling seems to accelerate depth perception development, perhaps because moving through space provides constant feedback about distance and dimension. By the time a child is walking, depth perception is typically well established. Hearing is already functional at birth, having developed significantly during the final trimester of pregnancy in the womb. The sounds of that protective prenatal environment created a baseline of acoustic experience, including the constant rhythmic whoosh of blood flow, the muffled tones of voices from outside, and the steady beating of the mother's heart. A newborn arrives in the world already familiar with certain sounds, particularly the voice of the mother who carried them. This prenatal auditory experience provides an important foundation for the rapid learning about sound that follows birth. Newborns can distinguish familiar voices from unfamiliar ones with surprising accuracy. Studies have shown that infants respond differently to recordings of their mother's voice compared to the voices of strangers. This preference reflects the auditory learning that occurred before birth and demonstrates how much development happens even before the first breath. The familiar voice provides comfort and orientation in a world suddenly filled with new and overwhelming sensory information. Sound localization improves steadily during the first year of life. Young infants may turn their heads in the general direction of a sound, but pinpointing its exact source takes practice and neurological maturation. By the second half of the first year, most babies can accurately locate sounds coming from different directions. This ability supports safety, learning, and social engagement as the child becomes more mobile and independent in exploration. Taste preferences are present from birth, showing a natural inclination toward sweetness that likely serves an evolutionary purpose. Sweet tastes in nature often signal safe, energy-rich foods, while bitter tastes may indicate potential toxins. Newborns demonstrate clear preferences when offered different solutions, relaxing and sucking more vigorously for sweet liquids while grimacing or turning away from bitter ones. These early preferences provide a starting point that will be modified by experience and exposure. As solid foods are introduced during the second half of the first year, taste exploration expands dramatically. Each new food offers a different combination of flavors and textures, building a sensory database that will inform eating habits for years to come. Repeated exposure to a variety of tastes tends to broaden acceptance over time. The infant who initially refuses a particular vegetable may come to enjoy it after multiple gentle introductions without pressure. Smell plays a powerful and often underappreciated role in comfort, recognition, and emotional connection during the first years of life. The olfactory system is among the most primitive and directly connected to emotional processing centers in the brain. Familiar scents trigger feelings of safety and relaxation, while unfamiliar or unexpected odors may cause alertness or visible distress. This sensitivity to smell serves the infant well in quickly identifying caregivers and familiar environments. Infants recognize their primary caregiver's scent remarkably early in life, often within the first days. Newborns show clear preference for the smell of their own mother's breast milk over that of another nursing mother. They turn toward familiar scents and show noticeably calmer behavior when surrounded by the comforting aromas of home and family. This olfactory recognition reinforces attachment bonds and provides yet another pathway for the developing relationship between infant and caregiver to strengthen and deepen over time. The sense of touch is one of the earliest sensory systems to develop, beginning its formation well before birth in the protected environment of the womb. Touch sensitivity is present throughout the skin from the moment of birth, making it a primary and immediate channel for experiencing the world and receiving comfort. The gentle pressure of being held close, the warmth of skin-to-skin contact, and the soothing rhythm of gentle rocking all communicate safety and love through this fundamental and ancient sense. Skin contact helps infants interpret important environmental information. Temperature variations signal whether a surface or person is warm or cool. Texture differences distinguish soft blankets from rough floors. Pressure changes indicate whether handling is gentle or firm. All of this tactile information flows continuously into the developing brain, building understanding of the physical world and the people within it. Tactile exploration intensifies as grasping and reaching improve during the first year. Once hands can reliably make contact with objects, touching becomes a primary method of investigation. Every surface, every toy, every piece of food provides data through the sensitive fingertips. Infants learn about hardness and softness, smooth and bumpy, warm and cold through thousands of touches accumulated over weeks and months. Babies learn extensively about texture by repeatedly touching, mouthing, and rubbing objects against their skin. The mouth is especially sensitive in early infancy, which explains why everything seems to end up there for investigation. This oral exploration is not random or purposeless. It represents sophisticated sensory research using one of the most sensitive parts of the body to gather detailed information about the physical properties of the surrounding world. Proprioception emerges as infants develop awareness of where their limbs are positioned in space without needing to look at them directly. This internal sense provides continuous information about body position and movement through specialized sensors located in muscles, tendons, and joints throughout the body. Early on, an infant may accidentally hit their own face with a flailing hand, not yet knowing where that arm is in space. Gradually, proprioceptive awareness develops, allowing smoother and more intentional movement. This internal body awareness allows for increasingly smooth and coordinated movement as development progresses over time. Reaching for a toy requires knowing where the hand is starting from before the motion begins. Rolling over depends on sensing how the body is positioned in space. Walking demands continuous feedback about leg position without visual confirmation. Proprioception develops and strengthens through movement and activity, growing more refined each time the infant moves through space and receives feedback from joints and muscles about what just happened. The vestibular system, located deep within the inner ear, enables balance and spatial orientation from the earliest days of life outside the womb. This sophisticated sensory system detects movement and changes in head position, providing constant information about where the body is located in relation to gravity and the surrounding environment. Without this remarkable system functioning properly, even simple everyday movements would become disorienting and quite difficult to perform. The vestibular sense begins developing before birth, which explains why even newborns already respond appropriately to being held in different positions. Gentle rocking or swinging motions often stimulate the vestibular sense in deeply soothing and calming ways. This may help explain why these rhythmic movements have been used across all human cultures and throughout all recorded history to calm infants and help them drift into sleep. The sensation of gentle motion activates neural pathways that naturally promote relaxation and feelings of security. When a caregiver rocks a fussy baby in their arms, they are engaging with one of the most fundamental sensory systems in ways that communicate safety and comfort on a deep biological level. Crawling, standing, and walking each play important roles in refining the vestibular pathways that guide balance and coordinated movement. Every time an infant moves through physical space, the vestibular system receives new information about body position and motion through space. This constant stream of sensory data helps calibrate and refine the sense of balance, making it progressively more accurate and reliable over time. The infant who has spent months crawling develops noticeably stronger vestibular processing than one who has not yet had such extensive experiences. Balance control develops through an ongoing process of trial, error, and correction during movement activities of all kinds. An infant learning to stand experiences countless small losses of balance, each followed by an automatic correction that teaches the brain something new about maintaining stability in that position. These micro-adjustments happen continuously during all movement throughout the day, building the foundation for increasingly complex physical activities. Falls and wobbles are not failures, but rather essential learning experiences. Sensory integration refers to how the brain combines and actively processes input from multiple senses simultaneously. Rather than experiencing sight, sound, touch, and movement as separate streams of information, the healthy brain weaves these inputs together into a coherent and unified understanding of the environment. This integration begins developing from birth and continues to refine throughout early childhood and beyond. By processing multiple senses together, infants learn to make sense of their surroundings in increasingly sophisticated ways. A toy that can be seen, heard when shaken, and felt when grasped provides multiple streams of information that the brain links together. This multisensory learning creates richer and more durable memories than single-sense experiences alone. The integrated nature of sensory processing explains why hands-on exploration is so valuable for young children. When sensory systems coordinate smoothly and efficiently, body control becomes more refined and precise. Movement requires constant input from vision, proprioception, and the vestibular system, all processed together in real time without conscious effort. An infant reaching for a cup must simultaneously see the cup, feel the position of their arm in space, and maintain balance while extending forward. Smooth integration of these different sensory streams allows the movement to happen fluidly rather than in jerky or disconnected segments. Early play experiences naturally strengthen sensory integration without any special equipment or techniques. Simply exploring a varied environment provides rich opportunities for the brain to practice combining different types of sensory information. Picking up toys of different textures, listening to various sounds while moving through space, and watching objects while touching them all contribute to the development of strong sensory integration skills. Today, the growing body. Muscle tone refers to the slight and constant tension present in resting muscles, even when a person is not consciously moving. This baseline tension allows muscles to respond quickly when action is needed, maintaining readiness without requiring active thought. Healthy muscle tone provides the foundation for both movement and stability, allowing smooth transitions between relaxed and active states throughout daily life. In the first years of life, healthy muscle tone allows smooth transitions between rest and movement. A baby with good muscle tone can shift from lying quietly to reaching for a toy without excessive effort or delay. Muscle tone that is too high or too low can interfere with typical movement development, though most infants fall within a normal range. The tone naturally adjusts over time as the nervous system matures and refines its control. Alternating periods of movement and rest gradually help balance and regulate muscle tone during infancy. Active play stretches and works the muscles, while rest periods allow recovery and integration. This natural rhythm of activity and rest supports healthy development without requiring structured exercise programs. The ordinary activities of daily life provide ample opportunity for muscle tone to develop appropriately. Bone growth follows a steady pattern influenced by the interplay of nutrition, genetics, and physical movement activity. The long bones of the arms and legs grow from specialized areas called growth plates, adding length gradually over years. Adequate calcium, vitamin D, and other nutrients support this growth, while physical activity stimulates the bone-building cells to work more efficiently. Each of these factors contributes to the overall pattern of skeletal development. Infant bones start softer and more flexible than those of older children or adults, a characteristic that serves several important purposes. This flexibility allows the skeleton to accommodate the dramatic growth happening during the first years of life. It also provides some protection during the inevitable tumbles and falls of early childhood, reducing the risk of fractures compared to more rigid adult bones. The softness gradually decreases as mineralization increases over time. Over time, areas of cartilage in the developing skeleton gradually harden through a process called ossification. This transformation from flexible cartilage to solid bone happens according to a predictable sequence, proceeding outward from centers of ossification within each developing bone. By adulthood, most of this process is complete, leaving only a few remaining cartilage structures in places like the joints and the ears. The skull presents a unique example of adaptive bone development in infants. The bones of the skull are not fully fused at birth, allowing the head to flex and compress during passage through the birth canal. This flexibility also accommodates the rapid brain growth that occurs during the first year and beyond. The gaps between skull bones are covered by tough membranes rather than bone, providing protection while still allowing expansion. The soft spots on an infant's head, called fontanelles, represent areas where skull bones have not yet joined together. The largest of these, the anterior fontanelle, can be felt as a slightly soft area near the front of the head. This fontanelle usually closes by around 18 months to 2 years of age, as the skull bones gradually grow together and fuse. Caregivers sometimes worry about these soft spots, but they are a normal and necessary part of healthy skull development. The flexible bone structure of infancy aids both brain expansion and motor development in complementary ways. A skull that can grow accommodates the rapidly enlarging brain, while limb bones that can bend slightly absorb the impacts of early movement experiments. This flexibility represents an elegant evolutionary solution to the challenges of rapid early development, balancing protection with the need for growth and adaptation. Even small daily movements contribute meaningfully to stronger muscles and denser bone tissue throughout infancy and early childhood. Weight-bearing activities like standing and walking stimulate bone-building cells, while reaching, grasping, and climbing strengthen the muscles that support and move the skeleton. No elaborate exercise program is required for healthy musculoskeletal development, just the ordinary activities of active childhood play and exploration. As physical control grows through the early years, movements shift from random, uncoordinated motions to deliberate, purposeful actions. The newborn, whose arms wave without clear purpose, becomes the toddler who reaches precisely for a desired toy. The infant who kicks randomly becomes the child who walks with intention toward a specific destination. This progression reflects the maturing brain gaining increasingly refined control over the body's movements. By age 3, most children demonstrate reasonably coordinated movement, clear responses to sensory input, and a growing sense of body awareness that supports increasingly complex physical activities. They can run, climb, and manipulate small objects with skill that would have been impossible just months earlier. This physical competence provides the foundation for further development in the years ahead, supporting play, exploration, and the beginning of more formal physical activities. Newborns are primed to bond from the moment of birth, showing sensitivity to human voices, faces, and the comfort of touch. This readiness for connection is present from the first breath, wired into the nervous system through millions of years of evolution. Humans are social creatures, and the infant brain arrives equipped with the basic tools needed to begin forming relationships that will shape the rest of life. Early bonding behaviors emerge naturally in the first days and weeks after birth. Infants seek closeness to their caregivers, relaxing visibly when held in familiar arms. They maintain eye contact when the opportunity arises, gazing at faces with focused attention that seems remarkable for such a young being. These behaviors are not random or meaningless. They represent the infant's active participation in building the attachment relationships that will provide security and support throughout childhood and beyond. Recognition of a caregiver's voice can occur within the first days of life, guided by prenatal exposure to sound patterns. The voice an infant heard most often during pregnancy becomes instantly familiar after birth. Studies show that newborns respond differently to their mother's voice compared to other voices, demonstrating a preference that developed through months of listening from within the womb. The scent of a primary caregiver provides powerful comfort to a newborn, helping the infant identify familiar safety cues in an otherwise overwhelming sensory environment. The sense of smell is strongly connected to emotional processing in the brain, and familiar scents trigger feelings of security and relaxation. An item of clothing worn by a parent can calm a distressed infant simply through its familiar smell. This olfactory connection represents another pathway through which the early attachment relationship develops and strengthens. Eye contact between infant and caregiver fosters mutual attention and deepens emotional connection with each exchange. When eyes meet, both participants in this visual conversation experience changes in their nervous systems that promote bonding. The caregiver feels drawn to the infant, while the infant finds comfort and stimulation in the familiar face. These moments of shared gaze, repeated countless times throughout each day, weave the fabric of the attachment relationship. Social smiling emerges around 2 months of age, marking one of the first signs of social reciprocity. Before this point, infants may smile in sleep or in response to internal states, but these early smiles are not directed at another person. The social smile is different. It is a smile given to someone, a communication of pleasure in the presence of another human being. For caregivers, this first social smile often feels like a breakthrough moment. The first social smiles often occur spontaneously, appearing before becoming reliable responses to familiar faces or playful interactions. Over time, the smile becomes more clearly linked to social situations. The infant learns to smile when greeted, when played with, and when reunited after separation. Each smile reinforces the bond and encourages the caregiver to continue interacting, creating a positive cycle of engagement. Laughter develops as infants learn to anticipate fun interactions and express delight in the company of others. The first laughs may emerge from physical play, such as gentle bouncing, but soon extend to social games and surprises. Laughter is inherently social, a signal of shared enjoyment that strengthens the bond between infant and caregiver. Each giggle reflects growing social awareness and a developing sense of shared emotion between the infant and those around them. When a baby laughs at a game of peekaboo, they demonstrate understanding that another person is playing with them, that the disappearance and reappearance is intentional, and that the experience is meant to be fun. This seemingly simple response actually reflects quite sophisticated social cognition developing in the young brain. Crying serves as an infant's earliest form of communication, signaling needs for support and care to those nearby. Unlike smiling and laughing, crying does not feel like connection to most caregivers. It feels like a problem to solve, a need to meet, a distress to soothe. Yet crying is fundamentally social, a call for help from a being who cannot yet help themselves. The cry has evolved to be impossible to ignore, ensuring that the infant's needs will be attended to by those who hear it. Newborn cries can vary in pitch, intensity, and pattern, reflecting different underlying states such as hunger, fatigue, or physical discomfort. Experienced caregivers often learn to distinguish between these different cries, responding to hunger with feeding and to fatigue with comfort and rest. This discrimination develops through repeated experience as caregivers observe what satisfies the infant after different types of cries. The process of learning to read an infant's cries builds the caregiver's confidence and deepens their understanding of this unique individual. Over time, caregivers learn to differentiate the subtle cues within distinct types of cries and respond appropriately to each situation. A hungry cry may have an urgent, rhythmic quality that differs from the tired cry, which might be more whining and irregular. A cry of pain tends to be sudden and sharp, impossible to mistake for ordinary fussiness. This growing ability to understand the baby's communications represents an important development in the caregiver's side of the attachment relationship. Responsive care transforms what might seem like frustrating, crying episodes into valuable opportunities for trust building and emotional attunement. When a caregiver consistently responds to crying with appropriate care, the infant learns that their communications are effective and that help is available when needed. This experience of having needs noticed and met builds the foundation of secure attachment. The crying infant who receives consistent care learns to trust that the world is a safe place where people can be relied upon. By around 6 months of age, infants begin to show clear preference for familiar caregivers over unfamiliar people. This preference represents a significant development in attachment formation. The infant has now accumulated enough experience to form expectations about who will provide care and comfort. They recognize the people who have consistently been present, and they show this recognition through differential responses, reaching toward familiar faces and relaxing more readily in familiar arms. This preference builds upon repeated cycles of comfort, feeding, and responsiveness that have accumulated over the first half year of life. Each time a caregiver responds to the infant's needs, another thread is added to the attachment relationship. The preference that emerges around 6 months represents the visible outcome of thousands of small interactions, each one reinforcing the infant's sense that this particular person can be trusted to provide care and protection. Stranger awareness appears as infants start to distinguish familiar faces from unfamiliar ones with increasing clarity and certainty. A 3-month-old may smile at nearly anyone who smiles at them, but a 6-month-old becomes more selective. Unfamiliar faces may be studied carefully rather than immediately engaged. This wariness toward strangers reflects growing cognitive sophistication and is a healthy sign of normal development, even though it may create awkward moments when relatives or friends expect immediate warmth from the baby. Mild wariness toward strangers indicates growing cognitive and emotional differentiation that supports healthy development and safety. The infant, who is cautious around unfamiliar people, demonstrates that they have formed clear categories of known and unknown, safe and potentially uncertain. This discrimination serves an important protective function, keeping the vulnerable infant close to proven sources of care while maintaining appropriate caution around those who have not yet earned trust. Separation anxiety typically arises as infants develop the cognitive ability to understand that people and objects continue to exist even when they cannot be seen directly. Before this understanding develops, out of sight truly means out of mind. But once the infant grasps that the departing caregiver still exists somewhere beyond the door, they can feel the loss of that presence. This newfound awareness makes separation temporarily more difficult, but it represents an important cognitive advance in how the infant understands the world. The intensity of separation distress varies considerably across infants depending on temperament, context, and the security of the attachment relationship. Some infants become visibly upset whenever their primary caregiver leaves the room, while others manage brief separations with relative calm. These differences are normal and reflect individual variations in how children respond to challenge and uncertainty. Neither extreme, intense distress nor complete indifference is necessarily a cause for concern in isolation. Reunion behaviors, such as reaching out, smiling broadly, or seeking immediate physical contact, signify the infant's relief at the caregiver's return and confirm the strength of the attachment bond. The reunion is often as revealing as the separation. An infant who has been distressed by separation but calms quickly and happily upon reunion demonstrates secure attachment, using the caregiver as a reliable source of comfort. These reunion moments reinforce the relationship and remind both participants of the connection they share. The secure base concept describes how the primary caregiver functions as a point of safety and security from which the child feels confident to explore the surrounding world. When a young child ventures across a room to investigate an interesting toy, they periodically look back toward their caregiver, visually checking that the safe base is still present and available if needed. This visual checking provides reassurance that allows exploration to continue with confidence. If something alarming or unexpected happens, the child knows exactly where to return for immediate comfort and protection. A securely attached infant demonstrates a characteristic pattern of alternating between seeking closeness to the caregiver and engaging in independent exploration of the environment. They do not cling constantly, nor do they ignore the caregiver entirely. Instead, they find a balance, using the relationship as support for healthy independence. This balance reflects trust that the caregiver will be available when needed, freeing the child to pursue their natural curiosity about the world. Attachment formation is a gradual process shaped by the daily patterns of responsiveness that accumulate over weeks and months of consistent care. There is no single bonding moment that determines the entire course of the relationship. Rather, attachment develops through thousands of small interactions, each one adding to the infant's growing experience of this particular caregiver. Over time, these accumulated experiences create expectations about how the relationship will function going forward. The mutual experiences of comfort, feeding, and play that fill each day serve to reinforce emotional bonds between infant and caregiver continuously. Every time a distressed infant is soothed, every feeding that satisfies hunger, every playful interaction that brings smiles creates another positive association. These repeated, positive experiences build the foundation of secure attachment, teaching the infant that this person can be trusted to provide care and that relationships are sources of comfort and joy. Physiological co-regulation occurs when a caregiver's calm and reassuring presence helps regulate an infant's heart rate, breathing patterns, and stress hormone levels. The immature infant nervous system is not yet capable of managing its own states effectively on its own. It relies on the more mature nervous system of the caregiver to help maintain balance and equilibrium. When a caregiver holds a distressed infant and remains calm themselves, this calmness is literally transmitted to the infant through physical contact and vocal tone. Emotional co-regulation builds the essential foundation for the child's later ability to manage difficult feelings independently. At first, the infant cannot calm themselves without help from a more mature nervous system. They depend entirely on the caregiver to notice distress and provide effective soothing. But through repeated experiences of being calmed by another person, the infant gradually internalizes these regulatory strategies. What was once done for them becomes something they can eventually do for themselves. Through consistent soothing experiences provided by attentive caregivers, infants learn that emotions can be managed and understood rather than simply endured. The infant who is repeatedly comforted when upset develops an implicit understanding that difficult feelings are temporary and survivable. They learn that help is available when emotions become overwhelming. This early learning about emotions sets the stage for emotional intelligence and resilience in later life. Self-soothing behaviors begin to emerge gradually during the first year of life as infants discover ways to comfort themselves without requiring immediate caregiver intervention. Thumb sucking appears in many infants, providing oral comfort that can calm distress independently. Some infants rock themselves gently back and forth, finding the rhythmic motion naturally soothing. Others find comfort in rubbing soft textures or holding a corner of a familiar blanket. These early self-soothing strategies represent the beginning of independent emotional regulation. Holding or mouthing soft objects often helps infants manage transitions and moments of tension throughout the day. A favorite stuffed animal or blanket can provide comfort during the shift from waking to sleeping, from being held to being placed in a crib, or from the familiar environment of home to an unfamiliar setting. These objects carry emotional significance that extends beyond their simple physical properties. Comfort objects, sometimes called transitional items by developmental researchers, serve as symbolic links to emotional security when the primary caregiver is not immediately present. The beloved teddy bear or worn blanket carries associations with comfort and safety that the child has built up through repeated experience. When the child holds this object, they access some of the security that the caregiver relationship provides, even in the caregiver's temporary absence. The presence of a trusted object can provide meaningful reassurance during caregiver absences, helping the child manage the challenge of separation. A toddler heading to childcare may clutch a small stuffed animal that smells like home, drawing comfort from this tangible connection to their secure base. The object does not replace the caregiver, but it provides a bridge until reunion can occur. Predictable care routines nurture basic trust in both the environment and the people who share that environment with the developing child. When days unfold in recognizable patterns with meals, naps, and play occurring in expected sequences, the infant develops a sense of order and reliability. This predictability reduces anxiety because the child begins to anticipate what will happen next rather than facing constant uncertainty. Trust develops when an infant's needs are reliably noticed and met over time by attentive and caring caregivers. This is not about achieving perfect responsiveness to every cry within seconds. It is about establishing a consistent pattern of care in which needs are recognized and addressed with reasonable promptness and warmth. The infant learns through repeated experience that expressing need leads to having that need met, building confidence in both the caregiver and in their own ability to communicate effectively. Emotional contagion describes how infants naturally tend to mirror the moods and emotional states of those around them. A room full of distressed infants in a nursery demonstrates this phenomenon clearly, as one infant's cries often trigger crying in others. Similarly, a calm and cheerful caregiver tends to promote calm and cheerful states in the infant. Emotions spread between people, and infants are particularly susceptible to catching the feelings of those who care for them. A calm facial expression or soothing tone of voice can quickly shape an infant's state of relaxation and emotional comfort. The caregiver who approaches a fussy baby with visible tension in their face and voice may inadvertently increase the infant's distress. In contrast, the caregiver who maintains a calm and centered presence despite the infant's upset provides a regulatory anchor that the infant can use. The infant picks up on these emotional cues and often responds by moving toward the emotional state being modeled for them. By studying faces carefully, infants learn to interpret emotional cues long before they understand or produce spoken language. The human face is rich with information about feeling states, and infants become expert face readers during their first year. They learn to distinguish happy faces from sad ones, to recognize when a caregiver is stressed or relaxed, and to adjust their own behavior based on the emotional signals they perceive. Familiar facial expressions become internal guides for understanding safety and the intentions of others around them. A smile from a trusted caregiver signals that all is well. A worried expression may trigger caution. Over time, the infant builds a mental library of facial expressions and their associated meanings, using this knowledge to navigate social situations and to understand what others are feeling and likely to do. Tone of voice often carries emotional meaning that is even stronger than the words being spoken. Infants are highly sensitive to vocal tone, responding to the music of speech before they understand its content. A gentle, melodic voice conveys comfort regardless of the specific words used. A harsh or agitated tone signals distress even when paired with reassuring words. This sensitivity to vocal tone represents an early form of emotional intelligence. Infants respond noticeably to changes in vocal rhythm, pitch, and warmth during everyday exchanges with caregivers and family members. They perk up when spoken to in the sing-song quality of infant-directed speech, and they may become unsettled when exposed to rapid, flat, or angry vocal tones. These responses demonstrate how attuned the infant brain is to the emotional content of human communication from the earliest months of life. Early empathy emerges when toddlers begin to show concern for another person's distress or attempt to comfort someone who is upset. A 15-month-old who sees a crying child may bring their own beloved blanket to offer comfort. A 2-year-old may pat the back of a crying sibling or look to a caregiver with a concerned expression. These early empathic behaviors suggest that the capacity for understanding and responding to others' feelings begins developing well before the child can articulate such understanding in words. Such gestures of comfort may appear simple, but they reveal growing emotional perspective taking. The toddler who offers a toy to a crying peer is attempting to share what brings comfort to themselves. This projection of one's own emotional experience onto another represents a significant cognitive and emotional leap. The child is beginning to understand that other people have inner lives, that feelings exist beyond their own body. This early empathy will deepen and refine over the years ahead, becoming more nuanced as the child grows and encounters a wider range of emotional situations in daily life. Frustration is a common experience when motor or communication skills lag behind intention. The toddler knows what they want to do, but cannot yet make their body cooperate. They have something to say, but lack the words to express it. This gap between desire and ability creates tension that sometimes spills over into visible upset. Understanding this dynamic helps caregivers respond with patience rather than correction. The child is not being difficult. They are struggling with real limitations. Tantrums in toddlers reflect emotional overflow rather than deliberate defiance. The developing brain lacks the circuitry needed to contain intense feelings. When frustration or disappointment reaches a certain threshold, the emotional system simply overflows. The result may be loud and dramatic, but it is not calculated. The child is genuinely overwhelmed, caught in a storm they cannot control. These moments call for calm presence rather than punishment, for containment rather than confrontation. Gentle recovery after distress supports emotional learning through experience. When the storm passes and the child returns to calm, an opportunity for growth appears. The caregiver who offers comfort without judgment helps the child understand that intense feelings come and go. Recovery is possible. The world continues. Each successful passage through emotional turbulence builds confidence that future storms can also be weathered. The child learns resilience through lived experience. Joy expresses itself through energetic movement, laughter, and bright vocalizations. The whole body participates in delight, arms waving, legs kicking, face beaming. These moments of pure happiness are contagious, spreading warmth to everyone nearby. Joy in early childhood is often spontaneous and complete, uncomplicated by self-consciousness or worry about the future. It arises from simple pleasures, a favorite song, a beloved face, the discovery of something new and interesting. Excitement often arises when a toddler successfully completes a new task. Stacking that final block, taking those first independent steps, fitting a shape into its matching hole. Each small victory brings a rush of satisfaction. The child looks up, seeking to share the triumph with someone who cares. This drive to share positive experiences strengthens social bonds and motivates further effort. Success feels sweeter when witnessed and celebrated by another. Fear responses may occur in reaction to sudden noises, unfamiliar faces, or unexpected changes in routine. The startle at a loud sound, the wariness toward a stranger, the distress when plans shift without warning. These reactions reflect a maturing awareness of potential threat. The child is learning to distinguish safe from uncertain, familiar from foreign. While these moments of fear may be uncomfortable, they serve a protective function, keeping the child alert to genuine dangers. These moments of fearfulness reflect a developing capacity for self-protection. The infant who shows no caution towards strangers or heights lacks an important safeguard. Healthy wariness is a sign that the brain's threat detection systems are coming online. Of course, balance is needed. Too much fear can inhibit exploration, while too little can invite harm. The caregiver's calm presence helps calibrate these responses, teaching the child which situations warrant concern and which are safe. Comfort-seeking behaviors, such as reaching out or nestling close, help restore feelings of safety. When fear or distress arises, the child turns instinctively toward the source of security. Arms reach upward, bodies lean in, voices call out. These gestures of approach signal that the attachment system is working as intended. The child knows where to find comfort and trusts that it will be available. This knowledge allows fears to be felt and then released. Proximity to a caregiver regulates both emotional and biological rhythms. The child's heart rate, breathing, and stress hormones respond to the caregiver's steady presence. This regulation happens automatically, beneath the level of conscious awareness. Simply being near a trusted person can shift the body from alert to calm. Over time, the child internalizes this capacity, learning to regulate independently. But in the early years, the caregiver's body serves as an external regulator. The hormone oxytocin plays a biological role in bonding and mutual calm. Released during moments of close contact, it promotes feelings of trust and connection. Both caregiver and infant benefit from this chemical exchange. Oxytocin lowers stress hormones, slows heart rate, and encourages relaxation. It is one of the biological mechanisms that underlies the emotional experience of love and attachment. Nature has designed bodies to support connection. Skin-to-skin contact enhances oxytocin release in both infants and caregivers. The simple act of holding a baby close, chest to chest, triggers a cascade of calming responses. Temperature regulates, breathing synchronizes, hearts slow toward shared rhythms. This practice, sometimes called kangaroo care, has measurable benefits for both physical and emotional well-being. It is a reminder that touch is not a luxury but a fundamental need. Gentle touch and warmth can slow heart rate and support emotional soothing. The caregiver's hand on the back, the soft stroke along the cheek, the warm embrace, these simple gestures speak directly to the nervous system. They communicate safety in a language older than words. Infants who receive abundant, affectionate touch tend to develop more robust stress regulation capacities. The body learns calm through the repeated experience of being calmed. Eye contact during caregiving moments encourages synchrony and mutual awareness. When gazes meet, something shifts in the space between two people. Attention focuses, presence deepens, connection strengthens. For the infant, the caregiver's eyes are mirrors and guides, sources of information about safety and emotion. These moments of shared gaze build the neural pathways for social connection and emotional understanding. Synchrony refers to the rhythmic exchange of signals between infant and caregiver. It is a dance of attention, expression, and response. One smiles, the other smiles back. One vocalizes, the other responds with sound. This back and forth creates a sense of being attuned, of being understood. Synchrony builds trust and teaches the infant about the nature of relationships. It is the foundation upon which later communication skills are built. In synchronous interactions, each person adjusts tone, gaze, and movement in harmony with the other. Neither leads entirely, neither follows passively. Instead, there is a mutual responsiveness, a flowing adaptation to the other's signals. This coordination requires attention and flexibility from both partners. When it works well, it creates moments of deep connection that nourish both participants. When synchrony breaks, simple reconnection teaches resilience and trust in relationship repair. Misattunements happen constantly. A missed cue, a delayed response, a moment of distraction. These ruptures are inevitable and even valuable. What matters is what happens next. When the caregiver notices the break and moves to reconnect, the infant learns that relationships can survive imperfection. Repair is possible. Connection can be restored. These cycles of rupture and repair model emotional regulation for later life. The child learns that disconnection is not permanent, that mistakes can be corrected, that relationships bend without breaking. This knowledge becomes internal, shaping how the child will approach conflicts and misunderstandings in future relationships. The capacity for repair may be one of the most important skills that early attachment teaches. Emotional development thrives on both excitement and calm in balanced alternation. Too much stimulation overwhelms the developing nervous system. Too little leaves it understimulated and bored. The ideal is a rhythmic flow between engagement and rest, between arousal and settling. Caregivers intuitively provide this balance, ramping up play and then winding down toward quiet. This natural rhythm supports healthy emotional growth. Early facial mimicry builds neural pathways for empathy and shared emotion. When an infant mirrors a caregiver's expression, neurons fire in patterns that link perception with action. These connections form the basis for understanding others' emotional states. By imitating a smile, the infant experiences something of the emotion that produced it. This embodied understanding precedes abstract reasoning about feelings. The roots of empathy are planted in the muscles of the face. Long before a child can name what another person feels, their body has already practiced the expressions that accompany those feelings. This physical rehearsal lays groundwork for the emotional intelligence that will develop over years to come. Each mirrored smile, each furrowed brow copied in miniature, adds another layer to the child's capacity for connection and compassion in the wider world. Toddlers begin labeling basic feelings with words such as happy or sad. This naming of emotions represents a significant advance in self-awareness and communication. Where once there was only the raw experience of feeling, now there is also a word to capture and share it with others. Language gives shape to inner states, making them easier to recognize, remember, and discuss. The child who can say, "I am sad," has taken a meaningful step toward understanding and managing that sadness. Words become tools for navigating the emotional landscape, offering handles to grasp experiences that might otherwise feel overwhelming or confusing. Naming emotions supports insight into inner states and aids communication with caregivers and others. When a child can identify what they feel, they can begin to ask for what they need with greater precision. The vague distress of early infancy gives way to more specific requests for comfort, for food, for play, for a moment of quiet rest. This growing precision makes caregiving more responsive and helps the child feel truly understood. Language and emotion become intertwined, each enriching the other in ways that support healthy development. Around age 2, self-conscious emotions like pride and embarrassment begin to appear in the child's repertoire. These feelings require a more developed sense of self, an awareness that one exists as a separate being who can be observed and evaluated by others. The infant, who was once oblivious to audience, now notices when eyes are upon them and reacts accordingly. This shift marks a new phase of emotional development, one that will continue to unfold and deepen throughout childhood and into the adult years ahead. These self-conscious emotions depend on growing self-awareness and an emerging understanding of others' perspectives. To feel pride, the child must recognize that they have done something worthy of approval and appreciation. To feel embarrassment, they must sense that others might view them critically or with unwanted attention. Both emotions require the capacity to imagine how one appears from another's point of view, a remarkable cognitive achievement that transforms emotional experience profoundly. Expressions of pride emerge when children recognize their own achievements and feel satisfaction in what they have accomplished. The triumphant look after climbing to the top of the slide, the beaming smile when a tower of blocks stands tall without toppling. These moments reflect an inner sense of accomplishment that motivates further effort. The child knows they have done something noteworthy and takes genuine pleasure in that knowledge, looking toward caregivers to share the moment. Embarrassment may surface when a child senses unexpected external attention focused upon them. Being watched while performing a new skill, being corrected in front of other people, being caught in a small mistake. These situations can trigger a flush of self-consciousness that colors cheeks and averts gazes. The child may look away, cover their face with small hands, or seek to hide behind familiar legs. This discomfort signals growing awareness of social evaluation and a natural desire to be viewed positively. Shame-like reactions arise when social approval feels withdrawn or uncertain, leaving the child feeling exposed. The toddler who perceives disappointment in a caregiver's face may experience a sinking feeling, a wish to disappear, or somehow make amends. These early experiences of shame can be intense and confusing for young minds still learning to interpret social signals. Handled with sensitivity and warmth, such moments teach important lessons about social expectations without wounding fragile self-esteem. Emotional self-recognition in mirrors accompanies the rise of these self-conscious feelings in interesting ways. Around 18 months of age, many toddlers begin to recognize themselves in reflections with clear certainty. They touch a mark placed secretly on their nose, showing awareness that the image before them represents their own body. This milestone of self-recognition correlates closely with the emergence of self-conscious emotions, suggesting deep connections between self-awareness and emotional complexity. Variations in temperament influence the pace and pattern of emotional growth throughout early childhood. Some infants are naturally more cautious, hanging back when faced with novelty and needing time to assess new situations. Others approach new experiences eagerly, reaching out with curiosity and confidence from the very first encounter. These differences are present from birth and remain relatively stable over time, forming the essential foundation of individual personality. Temperament reflects biological reactivity interacting with environmental context in complex ways. The same experience may produce calm in one child and significant distress in another, depending on their inborn sensitivity and the support available to them. Understanding a child's particular temperament helps caregivers provide appropriate levels of stimulation and comfort. What soothes one infant may inadvertently overwhelm another. What excites one may leave the next feeling understimulated or bored. The concept of goodness of fit describes how well caregiving style matches a child's individual temperament. When there is alignment between a child's needs and the environment's offerings, development proceeds smoothly and naturally. The sensitive infant, whose caregiver provides gentle, predictable care, tends to thrive. The active toddler, whose family embraces physical play and movement, flourishes in their element. Goodness of fit is not about changing the child, but about thoughtfully adapting the caregiving environment. A comfortable fit allows the infant's inherent traits to develop within a supportive framework over time. The naturally cautious child, given patient time to warm up, gradually builds confidence at their own pace. The spirited child, offered appropriate outlets for abundant energy, learns to channel it productively toward meaningful activities. In both cases, the underlying temperament remains consistent, but it is shaped and supported by responsive, attuned caregiving. Mismatch moments often lead to mutual adjustment as understanding between caregiver and child grows deeper. When caregiver and child find themselves out of sync, friction and frustration can result for both parties. But these challenging moments also offer valuable opportunities for learning and adaptation. The parent who notices that their approach is not working can try something different and observe the results. The child who experiences patience and flexibility learns that relationships can accommodate differences gracefully. Both parties grow through the process of finding their way back to harmony. Early caregiving experiences shape how emotion and attachment intertwine through the fabric of daily life. The patterns established in infancy become templates for later relationships across the lifespan. The child who learns to trust early finds it easier to form secure bonds as they grow. The one who experiences consistent empathy develops greater capacity for compassion toward others. These early lessons echo forward through the years in countless ways. Infants learn about the predictability of emotions by carefully observing patterns around them. When distress is reliably followed by comfort, the child learns that difficult feelings eventually pass and relief arrives. When joy is shared and celebrated together, the child learns that happiness can be multiplied through connection. These observations build expectations about emotional life that shape how the child approaches their own feelings and those of others throughout life. Gentle rhythm in daily interaction lays groundwork for secure emotional habits that persist. The caregiver who moves smoothly between play and rest, stimulation and calm, teaches the child valuable lessons about emotional balance. These rhythms become internalized over time, helping the child learn to regulate their own states with increasing independence. The dance of early caregiving sets patterns that continue long after infancy fades into memory. Toddlers begin to use brief pauses or cuddles to help regulate strong feelings that threaten to overwhelm them. When the emotional weather grows stormy, they may stop what they are doing and seek a moment of closeness with a trusted person. A brief hug, A few seconds resting in a caregiver's lap, a quiet moment of simple connection. These small resets help the child return to equilibrium and face the world again with renewed composure. The ability to seek and use such moments represents growing emotional wisdom and self-awareness. By the end of the third year, children display noticeably clearer awareness of their own and others' emotions. They can name feelings with growing vocabulary, recognize expressions across different faces, and sometimes even offer comfort to those in distress. The emotional world has become more navigable, its terrain more familiar and less frightening. While much development remains ahead, the essential foundations of emotional intelligence have been carefully laid. A secure attachment formed in these early years provides a stable emotional foundation for relationships throughout life. The child who has experienced responsive, consistent care carries that experience forward as an internal working model of what relationships can be. This foundation does not guarantee smooth sailing through every storm, but it provides a sturdy vessel for navigating the challenges that life inevitably brings along the way. Trust, once deeply established, becomes a renewable resource. At birth, the human brain already contains most of the neurons it will ever possess throughout life. This vast population of nerve cells stands ready from the very beginning, waiting to be woven into the intricate networks that will support thought, feeling, and action. What changes most dramatically in the early years are not the neurons themselves, but the connections between them, the billions of synapses that link one cell to another. These connections are where the real action of brain development takes place, where experience leaves its mark on neural architecture. Synapse formation happens at a remarkable pace during early childhood, allowing information to travel efficiently between brain cells across an increasingly complex network. In the first years of life, the brain produces synapses at a rate that far exceeds adult levels, creating connections at a pace that seems almost frantic in its intensity. This overproduction is intentional, a strategy that prepares the brain for adaptation to whatever environment it encounters. By building more connections than it will ultimately need, the developing brain creates remarkable flexibility and potential. The specific patterns that emerge depend heavily on experience. This overproduction of synapses prepares the brain for adaptation to the particular world each child inhabits. A child growing up surrounded by one language will develop strong connections for processing those sounds. A child exposed to music will build networks that support rhythm and melody. The brain does not know in advance what skills will be needed, so it prepares for many possibilities. Experience then sculpts this neural abundance into something more refined. Synaptic pruning later removes connections that are seldom used, refining efficiency and focus. As the child grows, the brain begins to eliminate synapses that receive little stimulation. This might sound like loss, but it is actually a form of optimization. By trimming away unused pathways, the brain strengthens the connections that matter most. The result is a more efficient, more specialized neural architecture tailored to the demands of the child's actual life. Myelination coats nerve fibers with a fatty protective sheath, dramatically speeding up signal transmission throughout the developing brain. This process transforms the brain's communication system from a network of winding local roads into something more like a high-speed highway system. Signals that once traveled slowly along bare nerve fibers can now race along myelinated pathways at impressive speeds. This acceleration supports more complex thinking, faster reactions, and more coordinated movement as the child grows and develops new capabilities. Myelin growth follows an organized sequence, beginning in the sensory and motor regions of the brain. The areas responsible for processing sight, sound, and movement mature earlier than those involved in abstract reasoning or impulse control. This sequence makes developmental sense. The child needs to perceive and move in the world before tackling more complex cognitive challenges. Each stage of myelination opens new possibilities for learning and behavior. The prefrontal cortex, linked with planning, reasoning, and self-control, matures more slowly than other brain areas. This region sits behind the forehead and oversees some of the most sophisticated aspects of human cognition. Its extended development explains why young children struggle with impulse control and long-term planning. These capacities will strengthen gradually over many years as the prefrontal cortex continues to mature well into early adulthood. Brain plasticity is greatest in the early years, meaning experience can powerfully shape both structure and function. The young brain is remarkably malleable, readily reorganizing itself in response to input from the environment. This plasticity is both an opportunity and a responsibility. Positive experiences strengthen beneficial pathways, while negative ones can leave unwanted traces. The early years represent a window of exceptional responsiveness to the surrounding world. Early plasticity supports recovery and adaptability during the rapid developmental changes of infancy and toddlerhood. When something goes wrong in one area of the brain, the young neural system often finds alternative pathways or develops compensatory strategies that older brains could not manage. This resilience is one of the most remarkable features of early development, offering hope even when challenges arise. While plasticity decreases with age, it never disappears entirely. The brain retains some capacity for change and growth throughout life, though never quite matching the extraordinary flexibility of early childhood. Sensitive periods mark windows when the brain is especially open to specific types of learning. During these times, certain neural systems are primed to absorb particular kinds of information with unusual efficiency. For sensory and language systems, these sensitive periods occur primarily in the first few years. Exposure during these windows shapes development in ways that become increasingly difficult to replicate later. For sensory and language systems, these sensitive periods occur primarily in the first few years of life. Vision, hearing, and the foundations of language all develop most readily during early childhood. Children deprived of appropriate stimulation during these windows may face lasting challenges. This knowledge underscores the importance of rich, nurturing environments during the earliest stages of development. Sleep plays an essential role in memory consolidation and brain growth during infancy and beyond. While the child rests, the brain is far from idle. Sleep supports the consolidation of new learning, the pruning of unused connections, and the general maintenance of neural health. The many hours that infants spend sleeping are not wasted time, but active periods of brain development. Active brain patterns during sleep reinforce neural connections that formed while the child was awake. Recent experiences are replayed and strengthened during sleep, helping to transform fleeting impressions into lasting memories. This process explains why adequate sleep is so important for learning at any age, but especially during the rapid development of early childhood. As the brain develops, infant sleep becomes more structured with recognizable cycles and patterns. The irregular sleep of newborns gradually gives way to longer periods of nighttime rest with distinct stages of light and deep sleep. These changes reflect the maturation of brain systems that regulate sleep and wakefulness. By the end of the first year, many infants have established more predictable sleep patterns. Early vocalizations, called cooing, begin as gentle experiments with sound and breath. These soft sounds usually appear around 2 months of age, emerging as the infant discovers the pleasure of producing noise. Cooing often consists of vowel-like sounds, open, melodic, and seemingly effortless. These early utterances are the first steps on the long road to language. Cooing often conveys contentment and invites social exchange even before language truly exists. The cooing infant seems to be reaching out, initiating interaction through sound. Caregivers typically respond with their own vocalizations, creating early dialogues that prefigure conversation. These exchanges teach the infant about turn-taking and the social nature of communication. Babbling follows cooing as infants produce repeated consonant-vowel sounds such as ba or da with increasing confidence. This stage usually appears around 6 months and represents a significant advance in vocal control and coordination. The infant is now practicing the fundamental building blocks of speech, combining sounds in increasingly complex and varied ways. Interestingly, babbling sounds remarkably similar across different language environments in the early stages, suggesting a universal developmental pattern that transcends cultural boundaries. Only gradually does babbling begin to take on the specific characteristics of the language the child hears around them. Canonical babbling marks the stage of rhythmic, repetitive syllables that resemble the cadence and melody of actual speech. The infant now produces strings of sounds that have the rhythm and musical quality of real words, even though they carry no specific meaning yet. This melodic quality of canonical babbling delights caregivers and encourages continued interaction and response. The infant is rehearsing the characteristic patterns and intonations of their native language, laying groundwork for the words that will soon emerge. Variegated babbling mixes different syllables together, showing broader control of sound production and greater vocal flexibility. Instead of repeating the same syllable over and over, the infant now combines various sounds in creative sequence. This variation brings babbling closer to the complexity of actual words and sentences. The infant's vocal play is becoming increasingly sophisticated as mouth, tongue, and breath learn to work together in harmony. The first recognizable words typically appear near the end of the first year, emerging gradually from the sounds of babbling like islands rising from a sea of sound. These early words are often simple: mama, dada, ball, more, but they represent a truly momentous achievement in human development. The infant has crossed the threshold into symbolic communication, using arbitrary sounds to represent specific meanings. This bridge from sound to meaning opens vast new possibilities for connection, understanding, and learning about the world. Early words often name the most important people, objects, or daily routines in the child's immediate and familiar world. Mama and Dada typically appear first, followed by words for food, pets, toys, and other constants of daily life. These early vocabulary choices reveal what matters most to the child: the people who provide comfort, the objects that bring pleasure, the activities that structure each day. Language begins with the concrete and familiar before gradually expanding outward into abstraction. By around 18 months, many children experience a rapid increase in vocabulary known as the vocabulary spurt or naming explosion. During this remarkable period, new words seem to appear almost daily as memory and association strengthen together. The child who knew 50 words last month may know twice that many by next month. This acceleration reflects growing cognitive capacity and an eager desire to name everything in sight. The world becomes more manageable when things have labels attached. During this period of rapid vocabulary growth, new words seem to appear almost daily as the child's capacity for learning expands. Parents often marvel at how quickly their toddler picks up new terms, sometimes after hearing them only once or twice. This impressive feat of learning reflects the brain's intense focus on language during this sensitive period. The child is building a mental dictionary at astonishing speed, filing away words for future use in communication and thought. Two-word combinations like more milk or go outside mark the true beginning of simple grammar and sentence structure. The child is no longer limited to single-word utterances, but can now combine elements to express more complex meanings. These early combinations follow predictable patterns, typically an action word paired with a person or object. Even at this simple level, the child is grasping fundamental principles of language organization. Telegraphic speech omits small connecting words but expresses meaning with remarkable clarity and efficiency. Just as telegrams once stripped messages to essential content to save costs, toddler speech strips language to its core components while still conveying the intended message. Want cookie expresses the desire clearly, even without articles or pronouns filling in the grammatical gaps. This efficient communication style demonstrates that the child understands the fundamental purpose of language, to convey meaning from one mind to another, even before mastering all its formal conventions and intricate rules. Grammar emerges gradually as children experiment with tense, number, and structure through trial and refinement. The toddler who says "I goed" or "2 foots" is not making random errors but applying logical rules to irregular cases. These overgeneralizations show that children are actively constructing mental grammar rather than merely imitating what they hear. The gradual correction of these creative errors reflects ongoing exposure to adult models of speech. Receptive language, the ability to understand what others say, usually develops ahead of expressive language. Infants comprehend far more words than they can produce, responding appropriately to requests and questions they cannot yet answer. This gap between understanding and production is normal and eventually narrows as speaking skills catch up. Caregivers who recognize this disparity can engage children in rich conversation even before the child can fully respond. Infants often comprehend far more words than they can yet pronounce or produce clearly. The child who cannot say ball may still look toward the ball when asked, demonstrating comprehension despite limited expression. This understanding provides a foundation for later speaking, ensuring that words have meaning before they gain voice. The vocabulary children can recognize always exceeds the vocabulary they can produce, sometimes by a considerable margin. Gestures like waving goodbye or pointing complement early words and support shared understanding between child and caregiver. Before language fully blossoms, gestures serve as a bridge to communication. The child who points at the cookie jar is expressing a desire as clearly as any words could. These nonverbal signals remain important even after speech develops, adding emphasis and nuance to verbal communication throughout life. Pointing behaviors reveal a growing awareness that communication can direct another person's attention toward objects and events. The child who points is not merely indicating interest, but actively trying to share that interest with someone else. This represents a sophisticated understanding of other minds, the recognition that another person has their own focus of attention that can be redirected. Pointing is a small gesture with enormous cognitive implications for social development. Joint attention occurs when a child and caregiver focus on the same object or event at the same time, sharing an experience. This triangular relationship, child, caregiver, and object, forms the basis for much early learning. When both parties attend to the same thing, language naturally attaches to shared experience. The word ball spoken while both look at a ball creates a clear connection between sound and meaning in the child's mind. Shared attention moments strengthen language learning and deepen social connection between infant and caregiver. These episodes of joint focus are not merely pleasant, they are educational. The child learns vocabulary more efficiently when attention is aligned with the caregiver's words. Social connection deepens when experiences are shared rather than merely parallel. Joint attention weaves language and relationship together in ways that benefit both. The rhythm of natural conversation begins with turn-taking in coos, smiles, and simple words long before true dialogue develops. Infants learn early that communication involves exchange. One person acts, then the other responds in kind. This back-and-forth pattern, established in the earliest interactions, forms the foundation for all future conversation and social exchange. The child who learns to wait their turn in cooing will carry that essential skill into verbal exchanges throughout life. Early turn-taking in vocalizations lays the groundwork for future dialogue and listening skills that will serve the child throughout life. The parent who pauses after speaking, allowing the infant space to respond, is teaching a fundamental lesson about communication. These early exchanges may seem simple, but they establish patterns that will govern conversations for decades to come. Good listeners are made, in part, through these early turn-taking experiences. Infants imitate sounds to practice phonetic patterns and to participate in social harmony with caregivers. When the caregiver makes a sound and the infant echoes it, both are engaged in a form of play that also serves learning. Imitation allows the child to practice producing sounds in a supportive context. The caregiver's delighted response encourages further attempts, creating a positive cycle of vocal experimentation and shared enjoyment. Imitation extends beyond sound to include gestures and facial expressions, forming a broad and versatile channel for learning. The child who waves after seeing a wave or who sticks out their tongue after seeing this modeled is learning through copying. This imitative capacity allows children to acquire behaviors without explicit instruction. They absorb the actions of those around them, gradually building a repertoire of socially appropriate responses. Through repetition of observed actions, infants refine both motor and cognitive coordination simultaneously in an elegant process. Each time a child imitates, they are practicing control over their own body while also strengthening mental representations of the action. This dual benefit makes imitation an remarkably efficient learning strategy. The brain learns the movement while the mind learns the concept, all in a single integrated act of copying what has been observed and internalized. The concept of object permanence develops when infants realize that things continue to exist even when they can no longer be seen. For young infants, out of sight truly seems to mean out of mind. A toy hidden under a blanket simply ceases to exist in their experience. But gradually, sometime in the second half of the first year, the understanding dawns that objects persist even when invisible. This realization transforms how the child relates to the physical world. Once the idea of object permanence forms, searching behaviors reveal sophisticated mental representation beyond immediate perception. The child who lifts a blanket to find a hidden toy demonstrates an ability to hold the object in mind during its absence. This mental representation is a cognitive achievement of considerable importance, marking a significant milestone in intellectual development. The child can now think about things that are not present, opening the door to memory, planning, imagination, and all the cognitive activities that require holding absent objects in mind. Means-end understanding emerges when a child performs one action deliberately to achieve another desired outcome. The infant begins to recognize that certain actions lead to certain results and that they can use this knowledge purposefully. This understanding moves beyond simple reflexes to clearly intentional behavior. The child is becoming a problem solver, recognizing tools and strategies for getting what they want from the surrounding world. This capacity for planning and goal-directed action represents a significant cognitive leap forward in early development. Pulling a cloth to reach a toy placed upon it illustrates this growing cognitive insight about means and ends with beautiful clarity. The child sees the desired object, notices the cloth beneath it, and makes the connection that moving one will bring the other closer. This simple action reflects sophisticated reasoning that links present circumstances to future goals. The infant is learning to use the physical world as a tool, manipulating objects to achieve what could not be obtained through direct reach alone. Curiosity drives infants to test cause and effect through repeated actions that might seem random or pointless to adult observers. Dropping a spoon from a high chair again and again, shaking a rattle to hear its characteristic sound, pressing a button repeatedly to see lights flash. These experiments teach the child how the world works in reliable and predictable ways. Each repetition refines understanding and builds confidence in the reliability of physical laws. The infant is a scientist in the purest sense, testing hypotheses through action and careful observation of what follows. Dropping or shaking objects becomes a form of discovery rather than mischief or mere accidental clumsiness. What may look like carelessness is actually systematic exploration of gravity, sound, and consequence. The child is learning that actions produce predictable results, that the world follows rules that can be understood and anticipated. This knowledge forms the foundation for all future learning about physics, logic, and cause-effect relationships throughout life. Simple problem solving unfolds through cycles of trial and error that fundamentally characterize early cognitive development. The child encounters an obstacle, tries one approach, fails, adjusts, and tries again. Each failure provides information that guides the next attempt. This iterative process teaches persistence and flexibility, two qualities that will serve the child well throughout life. The path to success is rarely straight, and early experiences teach this valuable lesson. Persistence in exploration reflects increasing confidence in learning through action and repeated attempts at mastering new challenges. The child who keeps trying after initial failure is demonstrating a growth mindset before those words have any meaning to them. This willingness to engage with challenge rather than retreat from it predicts success in many domains of life. Early opportunities for safe struggle and eventual triumph build the confidence needed for larger challenges ahead. Mouthing objects is one of the earliest ways infants gather information about texture, shape, temperature, and taste through direct sensory contact. The mouth is richly supplied with sensitive receptors, making it an excellent exploration tool for young infants whose hand control is still developing and whose fingers lack the dexterity of older children. By bringing objects to the lips and tongue, the child learns about the physical world in an intimate and direct way that complements visual and tactile exploration. This behavior, while sometimes concerning to watchful caregivers, serves important developmental purposes during early months. Tactile exploration through touching, grasping, and manipulating objects expands sensory experience and supports fine motor refinement. The child learns through fingers what the world is made of: hard, and soft, smooth and rough, warm and cool. Each new texture adds to a growing mental library of physical properties. Meanwhile, the act of handling objects strengthens the small muscles and coordination needed for later tasks like drawing, writing, and using tools. Curiosity serves as an intrinsic motivator for learning and memory formation that requires no external reward or prompting. The child does not explore because someone tells them to, but because exploration feels satisfying in itself. This internal drive toward understanding is one of humanity's most powerful learning tools. When curiosity is respected and supported, it fuels a lifetime of eager engagement with new ideas and experiences. Seeking novelty stimulates neural growth and supports cognitive flexibility in the developing brain in important ways. The brain is wired to pay attention to new things, and this attention triggers learning processes at the cellular level. Children who encounter varied experiences build more diverse and adaptable neural networks. The world offers endless novelty, and the curious child takes full advantage of this abundance to build a rich, flexible, and responsive mind. Implicit memory, which influences habits, preferences, and unconscious associations, functions from birth onward without requiring effort or awareness. This form of memory operates below the level of consciousness, shaping behavior without requiring deliberate recall. The infant who shows a preference for a familiar voice or a particular toy is demonstrating implicit memory at work in their daily life. These early preferences and patterns lay groundwork for habits and inclinations that may persist throughout life, forming the invisible architecture of personality. As the hippocampus matures during the first years of life, explicit memory begins to allow conscious recall of events and facts. This brain structure plays a crucial role in forming the kinds of memories we can deliberately bring to mind. Its slow maturation explains why most adults cannot remember events from their first years. The neural machinery for creating retrievable memories was not yet fully operational during that period of rapid development. Recognition memory allows infants to distinguish familiar from unfamiliar stimuli with considerable reliability and ease. The child who lights up at the sight of a parent's face or who shows wariness toward a stranger is demonstrating this capacity to recognize what has been encountered before. Recognition is the earliest form of conscious memory, appearing months before the ability to recall something unprompted. This form of memory guides comfort with known people and environments while simultaneously supporting learning about new ones. The child who recognizes familiar faces feels secure. The one who notices unfamiliar faces becomes alert. Both responses serve survival. Recognition memory helps the infant navigate a world that contains both trusted allies and potential threats, known situations, and novel challenges. Recall memory, the ability to bring back a mental image or experience after a delay without any external prompt, blossoms in the second year of life. Unlike recognition, which requires only identifying something when it appears before the eyes, recall requires generating a mental representation from internal resources alone without external cues. This capacity opens vast new possibilities for thinking about the past, planning for the future, and imagining things that are not physically present. The emergence of recall memory enables storytelling, imitation of past events, and planning behaviors that extend beyond the immediate moment into yesterday and tomorrow. The child can now remember what happened yesterday and anticipate what might happen tomorrow with increasing clarity. Experiences can be shared through narrative, even simple ones told in fragmented words and gestures. The past becomes accessible, and the future becomes imaginable. These capacities transform the child's relationship with time itself in profound ways. Categorization begins when infants start to group similar objects or faces together based on shared characteristics and features. The ability to recognize that different dogs all belong to the category dog or that various chairs share essential features simplifies the overwhelming complexity of experience. Categories allow efficient learning. Once you understand the category, you can make predictions about new members without starting from scratch each time. Sorting shapes, sounds, or textures increases understanding of the surrounding world by revealing patterns, regularities, and organizational principles. The child who notices that round things roll and flat things stack is building mental categories that organize experience and make the world more predictable. These categories become building blocks for more complex thinking and reasoning. Mathematics, science, and language all depend fundamentally on the capacity to recognize and work with categories of things. Symbolic thought appears when one thing can represent another in a child's growing and increasingly sophisticated young mind. The stick becomes a sword, the box becomes a house, the doll becomes a baby. This capacity for representation marks a major cognitive milestone. The child is no longer limited to the literal properties of objects, but can assign them new meanings through imagination. Using a block as a pretend car or a spoon as a wand shows symbolic play in action and reveals growing cognitive abilities. These playful substitutions demonstrate that the child understands objects can stand for other things. That meaning is not fixed but flexible. This same capacity for symbolic representation underlies language, mathematics, art, and all the symbol systems that humans use to think and communicate. Pretend play supports imagination while reinforcing memory and social learning in delightful and effective ways. The child who pretends to cook dinner is rehearsing social roles and sequences of action. The one who creates imaginary friends is practicing social interaction and perspective taking. Play is not a break from learning, but one of its most effective forms, engaging emotion, memory, creativity, and social understanding simultaneously in activities that feel like pure joy. Recall memory, the ability to bring back a mental image after a delay, blossoms in the second year and marks a profound shift in cognitive capacity. Unlike recognition, which requires the presence of a stimulus, recall allows the child to summon images and ideas from within. A toddler who asks for a toy put away yesterday or describes a visit to the park from last week is exercising recall memory. This capacity opens new possibilities for communication, planning, and imagination. The child can now think about things that are not present, a skill that underlies storytelling, pretend play, and eventually reading and writing. Mental life becomes richer as images from the past can be summoned at will. The emergence of recall enables storytelling, imitation, and planning behaviors that enrich the child's social and cognitive world. A child who remembers a song from days earlier and hums it while playing demonstrates recall in a natural context. Similarly, copying an action seen hours before shows memory retained and accessed voluntarily. Planning, even in simple forms, depends on holding future goals in mind while selecting current actions. These interconnected abilities signal a maturing brain and an expanding inner life. Categorization begins when infants group similar objects or faces together, recognizing patterns that simplify the complexity of the world. A child placing all-round toys in one pile and square toys in another engages in early classification. This ability to sort by attribute reflects growing perceptual discrimination and cognitive organization. Categories reduce mental effort required to understand new experiences, allowing the child to apply existing knowledge to novel situations. The stuffed bear encountered for the first time can be recognized as similar to other soft toys, making it less strange. Sorting shapes, sounds, or textures increases understanding of the surrounding world and supports language development in meaningful ways. When a child learns that certain objects share a common name, categorization and language reinforce each other. The word ball applies to many different round objects, teaching that categories can include variation. This flexibility of thought prepares the child for abstract reasoning and generalization. Each act of sorting and naming builds the conceptual framework through which future learning will be organized. Symbolic thought appears when one thing can represent another in a child's mind, opening the door to imagination and language. A stick becomes a sword, a cardboard box becomes a spaceship, and a doll becomes a baby to be fed and cared for. This capacity for representation is one of the defining characteristics of human cognition. It allows the child to manipulate ideas rather than just objects, to consider possibilities rather than just actualities. Symbolic thought transforms play from simple manipulation into narrative and creativity. Using a block as a pretend car or a spoon as a wand shows symbolic play in action, revealing the child's growing ability to hold multiple meanings simultaneously. The block remains a block, yet it also races around the table as a vehicle. This dual awareness requires cognitive flexibility and imagination working together. Symbolic play provides a safe space for experimenting with roles, emotions, and scenarios. It is both a product of cognitive development and a powerful catalyst for further growth. Pretend play supports imagination while reinforcing memory and social learning in ways structured activities cannot replicate. When children engage in make-believe, they practice language, negotiate roles, and explore emotions. A child pretending to cook dinner rehearses sequences, vocabulary, and social scripts. The freedom of pretend play allows experimentation without real consequences. Through imagination, children come to understand perspectives other than their own, laying groundwork for empathy and cooperation. Deferred imitation refers to copying an observed action after a time delay, demonstrating that memory can preserve and later reproduce complex sequences. A child who watches an adult wave goodbye and performs the same wave hours later shows deferred imitation. This skill requires encoding the action, storing it in memory, and retrieving it when context seems appropriate. Deferred imitation bridges observation and action, allowing children to learn from models even when immediate practice is not possible. This skill reflects memory retention and growing cognitive sophistication, signaling that the child can hold mental representations stable over time. Deferred imitation expands learning sources available to the child, who can now benefit from any observed behavior. It also supports cultural transmission as gestures, habits, and practices pass from one person to another through observation and delayed reproduction. The child becomes an active participant in social learning. Repeated exploration strengthens pathways between sensory and cognitive systems, ensuring frequently used connections become more efficient. Each time a child handles a favorite toy or returns to a beloved book, neural circuits are reinforced. This repetition is not boredom but consolidation, a process through which tentative knowledge becomes reliable skill. The brain prioritizes connections used often, pruning away those neglected. Through repeated exploration, the child shapes their own neural architecture according to interest and experience. Each discovery feeds a cycle of curiosity, action, and satisfaction that propels continued learning. The pleasure of understanding encourages further inquiry, creating a self-sustaining loop of engagement. A child who figures out how to open a cabinet door will soon try other doors, other latches, other mechanisms. Satisfaction reinforces effort, and effort leads to new opportunities for satisfaction. This expanding circle ensures development proceeds through interconnected webs of knowledge. The sensory cortices mature early, supporting touch, sight, and sound experiences, forming the foundation of all later learning. These brain regions process raw environmental information, transforming light into vision and vibration into hearing. Their early maturation ensures infants perceive the world with increasing clarity from the first days. As sensory systems refine, the child gains access to richer and more detailed information about people, objects, and events. The limbic system, involved in emotion and motivation, develops rapidly in early childhood and influences how experiences are felt and remembered. This network shapes the emotional coloring of daily life, determining what feels rewarding, frightening, or comforting. It also interacts closely with memory systems, ensuring emotionally significant events are retained more strongly. A child's early emotional experiences leave lasting traces on brain development, shaping temperament and responsiveness. As these regions connect, emotions begin to guide attention and learning in powerful ways. What feels interesting captures focus, and what feels threatening demands response. The interplay between emotion and cognition ensures learning is not cold information storage, but warm engagement with meaningful experience. Children remember best what they care about, underscoring the importance of supportive environments. Experience shapes neural circuits by reinforcing repeatedly used pathways, sculpting the brain according to individual history. No two children share identical experiences, and therefore no two brains develop identically. This experience-dependent plasticity ensures the brain adapts to its particular environment, optimizing function for encountered demands. The sounds, sights, and interactions of daily life leave physical traces in neural tissue. Language exposure enriches the architecture of auditory and speech areas, preparing the brain for complex communication. Children hearing abundant language develop denser connections in regions associated with listening and speaking. The quality and quantity of verbal interaction matter, with responsive conversation proving especially beneficial. Each exchange contributes to neural infrastructure supporting later literacy. Music, speech, rhythm, and melodic tones all encourage pattern recognition in the brain, training perceptual systems to detect sound regularities. Lullabies and nursery rhymes are developmental tools, attuning the ear to language cadences. The brain's sensitivity to rhythm supports both musical appreciation and linguistic competence. Children experiencing rich auditory environments develop finely tuned listening skills. The brain's left hemisphere often specializes in language and sequential processing, handling grammar's logical structure. This lateralization emerges gradually during early childhood. The left hemisphere excels at breaking sound streams into discrete units and arranging ideas in order. Its specialization allows efficient language processing, freeing cognitive resources for higher understanding. The right hemisphere contributes to rhythm, emotion, and intonation in speech, ensuring language conveys feeling. Voice melody, word emphasis, and emotional tone depend on right hemisphere processing. Together, the hemispheres create a system capable of both precision and expressiveness, linking analysis with intuition. Early experiences fine-tune brain wiring through environmental input and internal growth, creating a foundation for lifelong learning. The first 3 years represent unparalleled neural construction. The blend of curiosity, language growth, and brain adaptation defines the wonder of early childhood, when every day brings new capacities and every interaction leaves its mark on the developing self. Between the ages of 3 and 6, something remarkable begins to unfold in the inner world of a child. Imagination, which had flickered in earlier years like a candle in the wind, now expands into a central feature of play and learning. It colors nearly everything the child does, from the stories they tell, to the games they invent, to the questions they ask about the world around them. This is the age when the mind learns to wander freely, to build castles from nothing, and to populate empty rooms with invisible friends and fantastical creatures. The transformation is gradual but unmistakable, like watching a garden come into bloom. Pretend play becomes more organized during these years. What once appeared as simple make-believe now weaves itself into complex storylines with beginnings, middles, and endings. A child might spend an entire afternoon orchestrating an elaborate adventure, complete with characters, conflict, and resolution. The narratives grow longer, the details richer, and the emotional stakes higher. Play is no longer just activity. It becomes a form of storytelling, a way of making sense of experience and exploring possibilities that lie beyond the boundaries of ordinary life. One of the most charming developments of this period is object substitution. A stick becomes a magic wand. A cardboard box transforms into a racing car or a spaceship bound for distant planets. A blanket draped over 2 chairs becomes a secret cave or a royal palace. This ability to let one thing stand for another reflects growing symbolic thinking. The child understands, in some deep and intuitive way, that meaning can be assigned and reassigned, that the world is not fixed but fluid, open to interpretation and reinvention. Role-playing scenarios develop naturally during these years. Children act out familiar experiences, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. A trip to the doctor becomes a dramatic medical emergency. A visit to the grocery store transforms into a bustling marketplace. Running a pretend restaurant or school or post office allows the child to step into adult shoes, to feel what it might be like to hold responsibility, to serve others, to make decisions. Through such play, children explore social rules, emotions, and problem-solving in safe and forgiving contexts. Dress-up and costume play hold a special place in the imaginative life of preschoolers. Putting on a cape or a crown, a uniform or a pair of wings often leads to a kind of imaginative confidence that might not otherwise appear. The costume becomes permission to be someone else, to speak differently, to move differently, to inhabit a new identity for a little while. A shy child might become bold. A quiet child might become loud. The transformation is temporary, but its effects on creative storytelling and self-expression can be lasting. Imaginary friends are common during the preschool years, and they take many creative forms. Some are invisible companions who join the child at meals or bedtime. Others are fantastical creatures with elaborate backstories. Still others are versions of real people, transformed by imagination into something new. These invented friends are not signs of loneliness or confusion. They often represent emotional needs, curiosity, or social rehearsal. The child practices conversation, negotiation, and empathy with a partner who is endlessly patient and always available. Imaginary friends often serve as practice partners for empathy and communication. A child might comfort an invisible companion who is feeling sad or explain a difficult concept to a stuffed animal who does not understand. These interactions, though they take place entirely within the child's mind, strengthen real social skills. They offer a safe space to experiment with language, with emotion, with the give and take of relationships. The line between fantasy and reality remains flexible in early childhood thought. To an adult, the distinction seems obvious and firm. To a young child, it is far more porous. A dream might feel as real as a waking memory. A wish might seem powerful enough to change the world. This is not confusion. It is a developmental phase of creativity, a time when the boundaries of the possible have not yet been drawn with permanent ink. Magical thinking leads children to link wishes and outcomes in ways that feel powerfully real to them. A child might believe that thinking about something hard enough can make it happen, or that a special ritual can influence events beyond their control. This kind of reasoning, while it fades with age, serves an important purpose. It gives the child a sense of agency in a world that often feels overwhelming and unpredictable. Storytelling abilities flourish during these years. Children begin to arrange events into beginnings, middles, and ends. They learn that stories have structure, that characters face problems and find solutions, that tension rises and falls. Early stories often center on familiar daily routines mixed with fantastical elements. A trip to the park might include a dragon. A bedtime story might feature a talking moon. The child is learning to shape experience into narrative form. Narrative play helps connect imagination with language structure and memory. When a child tells a story, they are not only entertaining themselves or others, they are practicing the art of sequencing, of cause and effect, of emotional arc. They learn that events unfold in time, that actions have consequences, that feelings shift and change as stories progress. These skills will serve them well in school, in relationships, in every area of life that requires the ability to communicate clearly and compellingly. Drawing evolves dramatically between ages 3 and 6. What begins as random marks on paper gradually transforms into intentional shapes representing objects or people. The scribbling stages, though they may look chaotic to adult eyes, demonstrate growing motor control and symbolic experimentation. The child is learning to translate inner images into outer forms to make the invisible visible. Around age 4, drawings become representational. A circle with 2 dots and a curved line becomes a face. A series of lines becomes a house or a tree or a family standing together. The child begins to link image and meaning, to use visual symbols as a form of communication. This is a profound cognitive leap, one that connects art, language, and thought in new ways. The use of color in children's drawings reflects both mood and symbolic preferences rather than realistic choices. A purple sun or a green sky is not a mistake. It is a choice, an expression of feeling or imagination that transcends literal representation. The child is learning that color carries meaning, that it can evoke emotion and convey ideas beyond the boundaries of realism. Expanding form and composition in drawings parallel maturing spatial understanding. As children grow, their pictures become more complex. Figures gain arms and legs and fingers. Houses gain windows and doors and chimneys. The ground appears at the bottom of the page, the sky at the top. The child is learning to organize visual space, to create coherent scenes from scattered elements. Building blocks and construction toys become tools for symbolic creation as well as design practice. A tower is never just a tower. It might be a castle or a rocket or a skyscraper reaching toward imaginary clouds. Children often narrate their building processes, integrating structure and story. The act of construction becomes a form of storytelling, each block a word in a three-dimensional sentence. Dramatic play themes draw inspiration from familiar life. Home, school, shops, and storybooks all provide raw material for imaginative transformation. Caregiving play, such as feeding dolls or tucking stuffed animals into bed, mirrors the nurturing relationships the child observes and experiences. The child is learning what it means to care for another, to anticipate needs, to offer comfort and reassurance. Superhero and adventure play allow children to explore strength, bravery, and moral emotion. Flying through the living room with arms outstretched, the child becomes invincible, capable of saving the world from any threat. These games are not mere fantasy. They are rehearsals for courage, explorations of what it means to stand up for what is right, to protect the vulnerable, to face danger without flinching. Characters invented during superhero play often combine real and imagined traits. A child might create a hero who has the kindness of a beloved grandparent and the powers of a favorite cartoon character. These hybrid creations reflect the child's growing ability to synthesize information from multiple sources, to blend observation with imagination into something entirely new. Domestic play helps integrate observed adult routines into the child's understanding of daily life. Pretending to cook dinner, wash dishes, or go to work allows the child to rehearse the rhythms and responsibilities of grown-up existence. These games may seem simple, but they carry deep significance. The child is mapping out what adult life looks like, preparing in some small way for the roles they will one day inhabit. Playing at school or work provides rehearsal for social and leadership roles. A child who pretends to be a teacher learns something about authority, about patience, about the challenge of explaining ideas to others. A child who runs an imaginary office discovers something about organization, decision-making, and collaboration. Pretend classrooms or offices become miniature worlds of order, humor, and dialogue, places where the child can safely experiment with power and responsibility. Collaborative pretend play emerges when children coordinate shared storylines with peers. 2 or 3 children might build a world together, negotiating who plays which role, what happens next, and how the story will end. This cooperation requires turn-taking, negotiation, and empathy. Each child must consider the other's wishes, make compromises, and adapt their own ideas to fit the group's evolving vision. The result is something none of them could have created alone, a collective fiction richer and more surprising than any individual imagination could produce. Social pretend play tends to become longer in duration and more coherent with age. A 3-year-old might sustain a pretend scenario for a few minutes before losing interest or becoming distracted. A 5-year-old might carry the same game forward for an hour or more, weaving in new complications, introducing fresh characters, and building toward a satisfying conclusion. This growing capacity for sustained, imaginative engagement reflects deeper changes in attention, memory, and social understanding. Private speech during play reflects active thinking. Children often talk to themselves as they build towers, arrange dolls, or navigate imaginary obstacles. This self-directed dialogue is not a sign of confusion or loneliness. It supports memory, planning, and emotional control. The child is thinking out loud, using language as a tool to organize thoughts and guide actions. In time, this private speech will become internalized, transforming into the silent inner voice that accompanies all conscious thought. Creativity blossoms through improvisation, where rules shift fluidly and ideas emerge spontaneously. A game might begin as a tea party and transform within minutes into a rescue mission or a safari or a journey to the center of the earth. The child learns that creativity is not about following a script. It is about responding to the moment, adapting to new circumstances, and embracing the unexpected with curiosity and delight. Divergent thinking allows multiple ways to use a single object or solve a playful challenge. Given a cardboard tube, a child might see a telescope, a sword, a musical instrument, a tunnel for toy cars, or a megaphone for making announcements to invisible crowds. This flexibility of thought is one of the great gifts of early childhood, a reminder that the world is not fixed in its meanings, that every object holds infinite possibilities waiting to be discovered. Early inventions often appear in pretend play as novel uses for ordinary materials. A child might fashion a camera from a small box, a telephone from 2 cups and a string, or a spaceship from sofa cushions and blankets. These creations may seem crude by adult standards, but they represent genuine acts of innovation. The child is learning to transform raw materials into tools of imagination, to see potential where others see only the ordinary. Humor becomes more frequent during these years, fueled by surprise, wordplay, and playful contradictions. A child might laugh uproariously at a nonsense rhyme, a silly face, or a story that defies logic. This emerging sense of humor reflects growing cognitive flexibility. The child understands how things are supposed to be and delights in seeing those expectations upended. Laughter becomes a way of celebrating the unexpected, of finding joy in the absurd. Preschoolers delight in absurd combinations like talking animals or upside-down worlds. A cat who wears a hat, a fish who flies through the sky, a house made of candy, or a world where gravity works in reverse. These fantastical scenarios tickle the imagination and stretch the boundaries of what seems possible. They teach the child that reality is not the only story worth telling, that the mind can venture far beyond the limits of the everyday. As cognitive flexibility grows, children start to appreciate jokes and nonsensical rhymes. They begin to understand that humor often depends on incongruity, on the collision between expectation and reality. A joke is funny because it surprises, because it takes a familiar pattern and twists it into something new. This understanding marks a significant milestone in intellectual development, a sign that the child is learning to play with ideas as skillfully as they play with toys. Nighttime imagination intertwines play themes with dreams and inner stories. The adventures of the day often continue into sleep, transformed by the mysterious logic of dreaming. A child who spent the afternoon pretending to be a pirate might dream of ships and treasure and distant islands. Dream images reflect both impressions from the day and emerging symbolic thought. They are windows into the child's inner world, glimpses of the imagination at work even when consciousness has faded. Imagination can also create fears, as vivid mental images feel temporarily real. A monster in the closet, a shadow that moves like a creature, a sound in the night that might be something terrible. These fears are not irrational. They are natural consequences of a powerful imagination that has not yet learned to distinguish reliably between the real and the imagined. The child's mind is capable of conjuring terrors as easily as wonders, and both deserve gentle attention. Children may use storytelling or pretend play to master these imagined worries. A child who fears monsters might invent a brave hero who defeats them. A child who worries about separation might create a story in which lost characters find their way home. This kind of imaginative coping transforms uncertainty into manageable narrative form. The fear does not disappear, but it becomes something that can be shaped, controlled, and ultimately overcome through the power of story. Play themes often echo cultural traditions, media, and family life. A child raised on fairy tales will play differently from one raised on science fiction. A child who watches cooking shows might spend hours in a pretend kitchen. A child whose family travels frequently might turn every cardboard box into an airplane or a train. These influences seep into the imagination, providing raw material that the child then transforms according to their own creative vision. Children adapt these cultural influences, mixing them creatively with personal experience. A superhero might speak with a grandmother's accent. A princess might live in a house just like the child's own. A spaceship might be piloted by a family pet. These hybrid creations reflect the child's unique perspective on the world, a perspective shaped by everything they have seen and heard and felt, blended together into something entirely original. Gender patterns in play appear through observed interests, not fixed rules. Some children gravitate toward dolls, others toward trucks, still others toward both or neither. These preferences are influenced by many factors, including the examples set by adults and peers, the toys made available, and the child's own emerging sense of identity. Choices of themes or roles often mirror social examples rather than biological limits, reminding us that play is always a product of both nature and culture. Solitary pretend play provides quiet space for deep concentration and internal rehearsal. A child playing alone can follow their own thoughts wherever they lead, without the need to negotiate or compromise. This kind of play allows for intense focus, for the exploration of ideas that might feel too private or too fragile to share. It is not inferior to social play, it is simply different, offering its own unique benefits for creative and emotional development. Social pretend play invites complex negotiation of shared symbols and storylines. When children play together, they must find common ground, agree on meanings, and coordinate their actions. This process strengthens communication skills, builds empathy, and teaches the art of collaboration. The child learns that imagination is not only a solitary gift, but also a social one, something that can be shared, expanded, and enriched through connection with others. Play complexity increases as children balance individual imagination with group coherence. The challenge of collaborative pretend is finding a story that works for everyone, that honors each child's contributions while maintaining some kind of narrative logic. This balancing act requires flexibility, patience, and creativity. The children who master it learn lessons that will serve them throughout their lives in every situation that requires them to work together with others toward a common goal. Props enrich fantasy by giving tangible shape to invisible ideas. A wooden spoon becomes a microphone. A scarf becomes a cape, or a river, or a magic carpet. A shell becomes a telephone to another world. These simple objects anchor the imagination, providing something concrete to hold on to as the child ventures into abstract realms. The value of a prop lies less in realism and more in flexibility. The best props are those that can become anything the child needs them to be. Simple, everyday objects often become stand-ins for elaborate creations during play. A pile of pillows becomes a mountain range. A laundry basket becomes a boat. A blanket draped over chairs becomes a cave or a tent or a secret hideout. The child learns to see beyond the surface of things, to recognize that meaning is not inherent in objects but assigned by the mind. This insight is one of the great discoveries of early childhood. Verbal storytelling during play strengthens narrative language and sequence awareness. As children narrate their adventures, they practice putting events in order, connecting causes with effects, and building toward conclusions. They learn that stories have rhythm, that tension rises and falls. These lessons, absorbed through play, prepare them for the more formal storytelling they will encounter in books and school. Children frequently revise their ongoing stories as new ideas arise mid-play. A narrative that began as a simple quest might suddenly acquire new characters, unexpected twists, or an entirely different destination. This willingness to adapt and improvise reflects a creative confidence that many adults struggle to maintain. The child has not yet learned to fear revision, to cling to original plans, or to worry about consistency. They follow the imagination wherever it leads, trusting that the story will find its way. Pretend play scaffolds memory skills through repeat performances of invented scenes. When a child acts out the same scenario multiple times, they practice remembering details, sequencing events, and maintaining continuity across sessions. Each repetition strengthens the neural pathways involved in memory formation. The child is training their brain through the joyful rehearsal of stories that matter to them. Story themes often cycle between safety and adventure, reflecting emotional exploration. A child might create a story in which characters leave home to face dangers, only to return safely at the end. This pattern appears across cultures and throughout history, in fairy tales and myths and modern stories alike. It speaks to something deep in the human psyche, a need to venture into the unknown while knowing that home awaits, that safety is possible, that courage can be rewarded with return. Dramatic play can express both joy and internal conflict symbolically. A child who is struggling with difficult emotions might create characters who face similar struggles, working through feelings that are too complex to address directly. The distance provided by pretend allows the child to explore difficult territory safely, to experiment with solutions. Play becomes a form of emotional processing. When children assign roles, they also practice empathy by imagining others' perspectives. To play the villain, the child must understand what motivates villainy. To play the hero, they must feel what heroism requires. To play a baby or a parent or a teacher, they must step outside their own experience and inhabit someone else's point of view. This exercise in perspective taking builds emotional intelligence that will serve them throughout their lives. Switching roles mid-play shows adaptability and curiosity about multiple viewpoints. A child might begin as the princess and then become the dragon, begin as the patient and then become the nurse, begin as the student and then become the teacher. This flexibility demonstrates a growing understanding that identity is not fixed, that different situations call for different responses, that every person contains multitudes. The child is learning to see the world through many eyes. Group imagination benefits from shared rhythm, dialogue, and mutual inspiration. When children play together, ideas bounce from one mind to another, each contribution sparking new possibilities in the others. The story that emerges is a collective creation, shaped by multiple imaginations working in concert. This collaborative creativity teaches children that they are not alone in their imaginative lives, that together they can build worlds more elaborate than any single mind could construct. The flow state during immersive play resembles creative engagement in adults. When a child is deeply absorbed in pretend, time seems to disappear. The outside world fades. The child exists entirely within the story they are creating, lost in focused attention that psychologists call flow. Artists, musicians, and scientists describe similar states. The child is learning early what it feels like to lose oneself in creation. Humor during play often softens tension and reinforces social bonds. A well-timed joke can diffuse a conflict, ease an awkward moment, or transform frustration into shared laughter. Children learn quickly that humor is a powerful social tool, one that can build connection and create a sense of belonging. The child who can make others laugh holds a kind of social magic. Pretend mistakes and exaggerated silliness become laughter cues among peers. A child might deliberately mispronounce a word, make a character fall down in a ridiculous way, or invent an absurd rule for a game just to see others giggle. This playful testing of boundaries strengthens friendships and creates shared memories. The laughter that results is not mere amusement. It is a form of social glue, binding children together through shared delight. Repeated play themes demonstrate mastery and comfort with known material. A child might return to the same pretend scenario again and again, refining it with each repetition, exploring its possibilities more deeply. This is not a failure of imagination, but a sign of healthy development. Repetition provides security, allows for gradual experimentation, and builds the confidence needed to venture into new territory when the time is right. Introducing small twists keeps familiar play worlds fresh and stimulating. Even within a beloved scenario, children find ways to add novelty, to surprise themselves and each other with unexpected developments. A familiar story becomes a laboratory for variation, a safe space to experiment with change. The child learns that creativity does not require constant revolution, that innovation can happen within tradition, that the familiar and the new can coexist in productive tension. The boundary between fantasy and reality becomes clearer toward the end of this age range. As children approach 6, they develop a more reliable sense of what is pretend and what is real. They can distinguish between stories and facts, between wishes and possibilities, between imagination and memory. This clarity does not diminish the power of fantasy. It simply allows the child to navigate between two worlds more skillfully, moving from one to the other as circumstances require. Understanding what is pretend versus real develops through both reassurance and experience. When a child asks if monsters are real, or if magic actually works, or if wishes can come true, they are not seeking simple answers. They are testing the boundaries of reality, mapping the edges of the possible. Patient, honest responses help them build a mental model of how the world works, one that accommodates both the wonders of imagination and the constraints of physical law. Magical explanations remain appealing even after reality distinctions strengthen. A child who knows intellectually that magic is not real might still prefer magical stories, might still play games involving spells and enchantments, might still half believe in things they know to be impossible. This is not contradiction. It is a healthy recognition that reality is not the only source of meaning, that imagination has its own truths, that the heart has reasons the mind cannot fully explain. Figurative language, such as metaphors and jokes, reflects the same imaginative reasoning that powers pretend play. When a child understands that someone can be a lion in courage without actually being a lion, or that a heart can break without shattering into pieces, they are exercising the same mental muscles they use in make-believe. Symbolic thinking connects language and play, poetry and pretend, literature and imagination in a web of creative possibility. Visual art, music, and storytelling often blend spontaneously in the child's creative routines. A drawing might inspire a song might inspire a story might inspire a dance. The boundaries between artistic forms are porous at this age, and children move freely among them, following their creative impulses wherever they lead. This interdisciplinary creativity is one of the great gifts of early childhood, a reminder that human expression is not limited to any single medium. The flowering of creative play. Pretend cooking, building, and traveling are among the most persistent early play themes. These scenarios appear in cultures around the world, suggesting something universal about their appeal. They reflect the child's interest in agency, transformation, and outcome. Cooking turns raw ingredients into finished meals. Building turns scattered materials into structures. Traveling turns stillness into motion, the familiar into the unknown. Each theme offers opportunities to practice skills, explore possibilities, and rehearse for adult life. The imaginative flexibility of early play forms the foundation for lifelong creativity. The child who learns to see a stick as a sword or a box as a castle is learning habits of mind that will serve them throughout their life. They are learning to question assumptions, to see beyond surfaces, to imagine alternatives to the status quo. These are the skills of artists and scientists, entrepreneurs and inventors, anyone who seeks to make the world different from the way they found it. Even simple props like a blanket or cardboard box can evoke entire worlds of invention. The child needs no expensive toys, no elaborate equipment, no special technology to fuel their imagination. A few basic materials, some unstructured time, and a mind ready to play are all that is required. The simplicity of these tools is part of their power. They leave room for the imagination to work, to fill in details, to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. By age 6, imagination integrates thought, emotion, and expression into unified creative play. The child who has spent years practicing pretend has developed a rich inner life, a capacity for empathy and perspective taking, a toolbox of creative strategies for dealing with the world. They have learned that reality is not fixed, that meaning can be made and remade, that every moment holds the possibility of transformation. This is the gift of imagination, cultivated through countless hours of play. As imagination flourishes in these years, so too does emotional awareness. Between the ages of 3 and 6, children become increasingly skilled at recognizing and naming basic emotions. Words such as happy, sad, angry, and scared become part of daily vocabulary, tools for making sense of the inner life that pulses beneath the surface of every interaction. The child who can name a feeling has taken the first step toward understanding it, and understanding is the beginning of mastery. This growing emotional literacy transforms the way children navigate their world. Expanding emotional vocabulary helps children describe inner experiences more precisely. A child might learn that there is a difference between sad and disappointed, between angry and frustrated, between scared and worried. Each new word opens a new window onto the landscape of feeling, allowing for finer distinctions and more accurate communication. The child is building a language for the inner world, word by careful word, expanding their capacity to share what lies within. Understanding the causes of feelings grows alongside the language used to explain them. Children start linking emotions to events, realizing that situations create specific reactions. A broken toy causes sadness. A surprise visit brings joy. A loud noise triggers fear. These connections may seem obvious to adults, but for children they represent genuine discoveries, moments of insight into the logic of emotional life. The world begins to make emotional sense in ways it never did before. Predicting how others might feel in simple situations marks early emotional reasoning. A child might anticipate that a friend will be sad about losing a game, or that a sibling will be happy about receiving a gift. These predictions require the child to step outside their own perspective and imagine what someone else might experience. It is a small act of empathy, repeated countless times throughout the day, that gradually builds into a sophisticated understanding of human nature. Reading facial expressions provides cues about others' moods and intentions. The human face is remarkably expressive, communicating emotions through subtle shifts in eyebrows, mouth shape, and eye contact. Children learn to read these signals with increasing accuracy, detecting happiness in a smile, sadness in downturned eyes, anger in a furrowed brow. This skill develops through experience, through thousands of interactions with caregivers and peers. Subtle differences in facial features guide these interpretations. A slight tightening around the eyes might signal genuine versus polite happiness. A quiver of the lip might indicate sadness barely held in check. Children learn to notice these nuances, to read between the lines of facial expression, to understand that emotions are often more complex than a single word can capture. Understanding body language joins facial reading as a nonverbal emotional skill. Movement and posture often signal emotion even when words do not. A slumped posture might indicate defeat or exhaustion. Crossed arms might suggest defensiveness or discomfort. Bouncing and fidgeting might reveal excitement or anxiety. The child learns to integrate information from multiple channels, building a fuller picture of what others are feeling. Around this age, children begin to take another person's perspective in simple ways. Perspective taking helps them anticipate how their own actions affect others. A child who pushes a peer might begin to understand that the push caused pain and fear. A child who shares a toy might recognize the pleasure this creates. These moments of recognition are the building blocks of moral development, the foundation for conscience and consideration. The development of theory of mind means recognizing that others can have thoughts different from one's own. This is a profound cognitive achievement, one that transforms how the child relates to the social world. Before theory of mind develops, the child tends to assume that everyone sees and knows what they see and know. Afterward, they understand that minds are private, that different people can hold different beliefs, that reality looks different from different points of view. False belief understanding emerges near age 4 or 5. This is the idea that someone can hold an incorrect belief, that what a person thinks is true might not match reality. Classic experiments demonstrate this milestone by asking children to predict what someone will do based on a mistaken belief. Children who pass these tests show that they understand the difference between the world as it is and the world as others believe it to be. Mastering this concept signals a key milestone in social emotional awareness, a turning point that transforms how the child understands other minds. Chapter: Understanding Emotions and Others. Empathy involves feeling with another person, while sympathy involves concern and caring for them. These two responses are related but distinct. Empathy means sharing in someone's emotional experience, feeling sad when they are sad, happy when they are happy. Sympathy means recognizing their distress and wanting to help, without necessarily experiencing the same emotion oneself. Young children often shift between empathy and sympathy without clear distinction, responding to others' feelings in whatever way comes naturally in the moment. Responses to others' distress move from reactive concern to purposeful attempts to help. A toddler who sees someone crying might become upset themselves, overwhelmed by the emotional contagion. A preschooler is more likely to approach the crying person, offer comfort, or seek assistance from an adult. This shift reflects growing emotional regulation and increasing understanding of how to translate caring feelings into helpful actions. The child learns that empathy is not just something to feel, but something to act upon. Prosocial behaviors such as sharing or comforting often begin spontaneously. A child might offer a beloved toy to a crying peer, or pat a sad friend on the back, or fetch a bandage for someone who has fallen. These simple acts of kindness reflect growing awareness of others' needs and a genuine desire to alleviate suffering. They emerge naturally from the child's developing capacity for empathy and perspective taking. No one teaches a child to care. They learn by caring. Simple acts of kindness reflect the child's growing understanding that they can make a difference in others' lives. When a child comforts a sad friend or shares a snack with someone who has none, they experience the satisfaction of helping, the pleasure of connection, the power of generosity. These experiences reinforce prosocial behavior, making it more likely that the child will act kindly again in the future. Kindness becomes a habit, woven into the fabric of daily life. Turn-taking in play or conversation supports emotional balance and fairness. The ability to wait for a turn requires patience, self-control, and trust that one's turn will eventually come. Children learn through practice that turn-taking makes games more fun for everyone, that fairness creates harmony, that patience is rewarded. These lessons lay the groundwork for cooperation and social harmony throughout life. The playground becomes a training ground for citizenship. Waiting for a turn requires practice in delaying impulses. The young child's first instinct might be to grab, to demand, to insist on going first. Learning to wait means learning to tolerate frustration, to manage the discomfort of not getting what one wants immediately. This is one of the great challenges of early childhood and one of the most important skills a child can develop. Each successful wait strengthens the capacity for more waiting in the future. Patience strengthens gradually as self-control and understanding of time mature. A 3-year-old might find waiting nearly impossible, while a 6-year-old can wait with relative ease. This growth reflects changes in brain development, particularly in the prefrontal cortex, which governs impulse control and future-oriented thinking. It also reflects countless practice opportunities, each moment of waiting building on the last layer by layer, constructing the architecture of self-regulation. Growth in impulse control allows children to pause before acting on emotion. Instead of hitting when angry, the child learns to use words. Instead of grabbing when excited, the child learns to ask. Instead of crying when disappointed, the child learns to cope. These pauses between feeling and action create space for thought, for consideration, for choice. They are the foundation of emotional self-regulation, the building blocks of a measured and thoughtful approach to life. Frustration tolerance expands as problem-solving replaces immediate reaction. A child who once might have thrown a toy in frustration now tries a different approach, asks for help, or takes a break before trying again. This shift represents a significant developmental achievement, the beginning of resilience and persistence in the face of challenge. The child learns that obstacles are not dead ends, but invitations to think creatively. Managing anger becomes a learning process through trial, reflection, and imitation. Children watch how adults handle frustration and model their own responses accordingly. They experiment with different strategies, discovering what works and what does not. They reflect on their experiences, gradually building a repertoire of anger management techniques that will serve them throughout their lives. The child who learns to manage anger has gained a skill of immense value, one that will shape relationships, opportunities, and well-being for decades to come. Preschoolers begin experimenting with calming strategies such as counting or taking deep breaths. These techniques, often taught by caregivers or teachers, provide the child with tools for managing strong emotions. When feelings threaten to overwhelm, a few slow breaths can create space, a chance to settle before responding. The child learns that emotions are not forces beyond control. They can be shaped, softened, channeled in constructive directions. This discovery is empowering, a first step toward emotional autonomy that will continue developing for years to come. Fear remains a common emotion during these years, often shifting from loud noises to imagined dangers. A toddler might startle at sudden sounds or unfamiliar faces. A preschooler is more likely to fear monsters under the bed, darkness in the hallway, or creatures conjured by an active imagination. These fears reflect the expanding reach of the child's mind, its growing ability to anticipate and imagine possibilities that lie beyond the immediate present. The same imagination that creates wonderful stories can also create frightening ones. These fears typically lessen as logical understanding replaces magical thinking. As the child develops a more realistic sense of how the world works, the monsters fade, the shadows lose their menace, and the dark becomes simply the absence of light. This transition happens gradually through reassurance, experience, and the slow accumulation of evidence that the world is safer than imagination sometimes suggests. Patience and gentle correction help speed this process along. Mild anxiety may arise as awareness of risk and separation deepens. A child who once ran fearlessly into new situations might now hesitate, recognizing that unfamiliar places hold unknown possibilities. Separation from caregivers, once accepted without thought, might now trigger worry about when they will return. This anxiety is a sign of healthy cognitive development, a recognition that the world contains uncertainties that must be navigated with care. Jealousy can appear in response to attention given to siblings or friends. When a parent holds a new baby, when a playmate receives praise, when a sibling gets a gift, the child might feel a sharp pang of envy. In such moments, children explore fairness, sharing, and belonging. They grapple with the uncomfortable truth that love and attention are not unlimited, that they must sometimes share what they most want to keep for themselves alone. Pride emerges when effort and accomplishment receive positive acknowledgement. The child who masters a new skill, completes a difficult task, or creates something beautiful experiences a glow of satisfaction that needs no external reward. Genuine pride encourages motivation and a sense of competence. It tells the child that their efforts matter, that they are capable of growth, that persistence pays dividends in the currency of achievement. This internal reward becomes a powerful motivator for future effort. Feelings of guilt arise when children sense they have caused harm or broken a rule. This is the beginning of conscience, the internal voice that holds the child accountable even when no adult is watching. Early conscious development blends empathy with internalized guidelines. The child feels bad about hurting others not because punishment awaits, but because they genuinely care about the well-being of those around them. Guilt, in this sense, is a gift, a sign that moral feeling has taken root. Shame differs from guilt by focusing on the self rather than the action. Guilt says, I did something bad. Shame says, I am bad. Brief shame experiences often follow social correction or unmet expectations. A child who fails publicly, who is criticized harshly, or who falls short of their own standards might experience a wash of shame that colors their sense of self. These moments are painful but usually temporary, fading as the child moves on to new activities and successes. Caregivers can help by separating behavior from identity. Embarrassment appears as children become aware of being observed or evaluated. Blushing, giggling, or hiding reflects the sensitivity of self-conscious feelings. The child realizes that others are watching, judging, forming opinions. This awareness is a mixed blessing. It makes social calibration possible, but it also opens the door to self-consciousness and concern about how one appears in the eyes of others. Disappointment grows more nuanced as hopes and outcomes can now be compared. The child who eagerly anticipated an outing only to have it canceled experiences disappointment more keenly than before. They can now hold in mind what they expected and compare it to what actually occurred. The gap between hope and reality becomes a source of pain that requires processing and support. Managing disappointment requires both emotional distance and support through understanding. A caring adult can help the child put disappointment in perspective, acknowledge the pain without drowning in it, and look forward to future possibilities. The child learns that disappointment, though painful, is survivable. It does not define them or determine their future. It is simply part of life, something to be felt and then released. Regulation of excitement emerges as children learn to moderate intense joy. Happiness can be as overwhelming as anger, as difficult to contain as fear. A child on the verge of a birthday party or a holiday might vibrate with anticipation, unable to sit still or focus on anything else. Learning to calm down after high-energy moments reflects developing control, the ability to shift gears when circumstances require a quieter mode. Knowing when to calm down requires reading social cues and understanding context. The excitement appropriate at a party might be disruptive in a library. The energy welcomed on a playground might be unwelcome at a dinner table. Children gradually learn to match their emotional expression to the setting, to modulate their intensity according to the demands of the situation. Emotional display rules involve understanding when certain emotions are appropriate to show. Not every feeling should be expressed in every context. A child might feel angry at a friend, but learn that expressing that anger directly could damage the relationship. They might feel sad at a celebration, but recognize that showing sadness would dampen others' joy. These display rules are culturally shaped, varying from place to place and family to family. Cultural and social settings influence these display expectations. In some families, open emotional expression is encouraged. In others, restraint is valued. Children absorb these norms through observation and correction, learning what their particular social world expects of them. This learning is not always explicit. Often it happens through subtle cues, raised eyebrows, and shifted attention that teach the child what is and is not acceptable. Around age 5, children begin intentionally hiding emotions to protect others' feelings. A child might pretend to like a gift they do not want, or hide disappointment to avoid hurting a friend who tried their best. This ability reflects empathy and cognitive complexity working together. The child can imagine how their true feelings might affect another person and choose to present a different face to spare them pain. Emotional self-awareness allows children to reflect on their own moods and triggers. The child begins to recognize patterns in their emotional life. They might notice that they get cranky when hungry, anxious when rushed, or sad when left alone too long. Self-awareness transforms fleeting feelings into recognizable patterns, opening the door to deliberate self-management. This capacity for reflection is one of the most valuable skills a child can develop. Talking about feelings with trusted adults strengthens emotional understanding. Conversations about emotion weave language and reflection into regulation skills. When a parent asks how a child is feeling and listens carefully to the answer, they teach that feelings are worthy of attention, that words can capture inner experience, that sharing emotion creates connection rather than vulnerability. These conversations build emotional intelligence, one exchange at a time, strengthening the bond between adult and child while expanding the child's capacity for self-expression. Using words instead of actions to express upset becomes a learned social milestone. Language gives children alternatives to hitting, crying, or withdrawal. Instead of pushing when frustrated, the child learns to say, "I am frustrated." Instead of throwing toys when angry, they learn to announce their anger in words. This verbal expression creates distance from the emotion, making it easier to manage and less likely to harm others. Calming strategies often draw from imitation, copying soothing routines seen in caregivers. A child who has been held and rocked when upset might learn to rock themselves. A child who has heard calm music during difficult moments might hum to themselves when stressed. These self-soothing techniques, borrowed from loving relationships, become internalized resources that the child can access whenever needed. Comfort seeking, such as holding a toy or asking for a hug, remains common and healthy throughout these years. There is no age at which children outgrow the need for comfort. Seeking reassurance from beloved objects or trusted people is not a sign of weakness, but of healthy attachment. The child who can ask for a hug when sad has learned that help is available, that they need not face difficult feelings alone. This capacity for reaching out in times of need will serve them well throughout their lives. Attachment security continues to influence how children recover from emotional distress. A child who has experienced consistent, responsive caregiving develops confidence that comfort is available when needed. This security becomes a foundation for emotional regulation, a safe base from which the child can venture into challenging situations. A stable emotional base encourages exploration and resilience in new experiences. The child who knows they can return to safety is more willing to take the risks that growth requires. This secure foundation is one of the most precious gifts a caregiver can offer, a gift that keeps giving throughout life. Emotional resilience grows through success at recovering after disappointment or fear. Each time a child bounces back from a setback, they learn something important about their own capacity to cope. Small recoveries teach that negative emotions are temporary and manageable. The storm passes. The sun returns. Life goes on. These lessons accumulate over time, building a reservoir of confidence that the child can draw upon when facing future challenges. Resilience is not an inborn trait. It is built through experience, one recovery at a time. Each small triumph over difficulty strengthens the child for whatever lies ahead. Mood fluctuations are typical during these years, reflecting developmental energy and sensitivity. A child might swing from elation to despair within the space of an hour, or cycle through excitement, frustration, and contentment before lunch. These fluctuations are not signs of instability. They reflect the intensity of childhood experience, the way feelings seem to fill the whole world when you are small. As the child matures, these swings become less extreme and more predictable. The emotional thermostat learns to regulate itself with increasing precision. Excitement, fatigue, and frustration often intermingle within short time spans. A tired child is more likely to become upset. An excited child might quickly become overwhelmed. A frustrated child might suddenly burst into tears or laughter depending on how the moment unfolds. Adults who understand these patterns can respond with patience and perspective, knowing that the emotional weather of childhood changes quickly and that clear skies often follow the fiercest storms. Emotional intensity may appear stronger than in later years due to limited regulation skills. The preschooler who screams in rage or dissolves in tears is not necessarily more emotional than an adult who feels similar feelings. They simply have fewer tools for modulating their expression. As regulation skills develop, the same intensity of feeling can be contained, channeled, and expressed in more measured ways. The feelings do not diminish. The container grows larger, more flexible, more capable of holding complexity. As social awareness grows, children begin comparing emotions across peers. They notice that different people react differently to similar situations. One child laughs at something that makes another cry. One child fears what another approaches eagerly. Recognizing that others feel differently fosters flexibility in responses. The child learns that there is no single correct emotional reaction to any situation, that feelings are as varied as the people who experience them. This insight is the beginning of true empathy. Emotional understanding deepens with play scenarios involving make-believe feelings. Pretending to comfort a sad character helps solidify empathy practice. The child who acts out caring for an upset friend is rehearsing a skill they will use in real relationships. The distance of pretend makes it safe to explore difficult emotions without the stakes of actual distress. Play becomes a laboratory for emotional learning, a place where the child can experiment with responses they might hesitate to try in real life. Cooperative play introduces situations that test fairness, forgiveness, and compromise. When children play together, conflicts arise. Toys must be shared, rules must be negotiated, feelings get hurt and must be repaired. These challenges provide opportunities for emotional growth that cannot be replicated in any other context. The child learns through experience what books and lectures cannot fully teach. They discover that relationships require work, that harmony must be maintained through ongoing effort and goodwill. Friendships offer a training ground for emotional honesty and support. A friend is someone with whom the child can be themselves, someone who accepts their quirks and values their company. In the context of friendship, children practice vulnerability, learn to give and receive comfort, and discover the deep satisfaction of mutual care. These early friendships, however brief, leave lasting impressions on the developing heart. They teach what it means to be known and accepted by another person. Preschool humor also enhances emotional connection and shared joy. When children laugh together, they create bonds that transcend words. Shared laughter signals safety, belonging, and mutual delight. It releases tension, builds trust, and creates memories that strengthen relationships. Group laughter acts as low-stakes practice for emotional synchrony, teaching children to tune into others' feelings and respond in kind. The joy of shared humor is one of life's simplest and deepest pleasures. Social stories, media, and observation feed emotional vocabulary growth. Words like surprised, lonely, or confused appear as understanding becomes more refined. Each new emotion word opens a new category of experience, allowing the child to notice and name feelings that might otherwise remain undifferentiated. The emotional landscape becomes richer, more textured, more navigable as vocabulary expands. Language becomes a map of the inner world, growing more detailed with each new word acquired. By mid-preschool years, children can often describe mixed or overlapping emotions. They might report feeling happy and sad at the same time, or excited and scared, or angry and guilty. Understanding that two emotions can coexist marks progress in emotional complexity. Life is not simple, and feelings are not simple either. The child who grasps this truth has taken an important step toward emotional maturity. They begin to see that the heart can hold contradictions, that seemingly opposite feelings can dwell side by side. Sensitivity varies widely among children. Some react strongly to stimulation, easily moved to tears or laughter by experiences that leave others unmoved. Others prefer quiet reflection, processing emotions internally rather than expressing them outwardly. Such individual differences form part of a broader temperament pattern, the inborn tendencies that shape how each child engages with the world. Neither style is better than the other. Each has its own gifts and challenges. The sensitive child notices what others miss. The reflective child thinks before acting. Emotional learning accumulates through repetition, empathy, and consistent response. Every interaction teaches something about how feelings work, how they can be managed, and how they connect us to others. The lessons are not always explicit. Often they are absorbed through the countless small moments that make up daily life, the times when feelings arise and are met with understanding, patience, and care. The child learns about emotions the way they learn language, through immersion in a world where emotions are constantly being expressed, named, and responded to. By age 6, many children can articulate their feelings and identify those of others with nuance. They have traveled a long distance from the wordless emotionality of infancy. They can name what they feel, explain why they feel it, and often predict how others might feel in similar situations. This emotional awareness and empathy creates a balanced blend of warmth and understanding that will continue to develop throughout childhood and beyond. The foundation has been laid for a lifetime of emotional intelligence. The capacity to understand and manage emotions is not a luxury. It is a necessity for healthy relationships, productive work, and personal well-being. The preschool years lay the groundwork for this capacity, providing the experiences and the language and the practice that emotional intelligence requires. What begins as simple recognition of happy and sad evolves into a sophisticated understanding of the human heart. The journey is gradual, but each step matters. Each moment of emotional learning builds on everything that came before. These emotional skills do not develop in isolation. They emerge from relationships, from play, from conversation, from the patient guidance of caregivers who model emotional regulation and respond to children's feelings with warmth and acceptance. The child learns about emotions by watching how adults handle their own feelings, by receiving comfort when distressed, and by being helped to understand the complex inner world that pulses beneath the surface of everyday life. The adult's calm becomes the child's calm. The adult's patience becomes the child's patience. The modeling is constant and powerful. As we turn from emotional development to the social world of early childhood, we carry forward everything we have learned about feelings. Emotions are the currency of relationships. They bind us to others, signal our needs, and motivate our actions. The child who understands emotions is better equipped to navigate the complex social landscape that awaits them, better prepared to form friendships, resolve conflicts, and find their place among their peers. The emotional groundwork of these years will support everything that comes after. The social world of early childhood opens like a flower in spring, revealing colors and complexities that could scarcely have been imagined in the simpler days of infancy. First friendships in early childhood often form around shared activities and repeated contact in familiar settings, such as preschool classrooms or playgrounds. These initial bonds are forged not through deep conversation or abstract compatibility, but through the simple pleasure of playing together day after day until the habit of companionship becomes something that feels necessary and right. The friend becomes a fixed star in the child's social universe. Children between 3 and 6 years tend to describe friends as those they play with regularly rather than in terms of deeper personality traits. Ask a preschooler why someone is their friend, and they are likely to say because we play together or because they let me use their toys. These reasons may seem superficial to adult ears, but they reflect the reality of early friendship, which is built primarily on proximity, shared activity, and the accumulation of pleasant experiences. Depth will come later. For now, presence is enough. Choosing playmates at this age is strongly influenced by similar play interests, such as enjoying the same games or toys. A child who loves building with blocks will naturally gravitate toward other builders. A child who prefers dramatic play will seek out fellow actors for the stage of imagination. These shared interests create common ground, a foundation upon which friendship can be constructed one play session at a time. Like seeks like, even in the sandbox. Research shows that preschoolers are more likely to name peers as friends when they see them sharing, helping, or cooperating with one another. Kindness is noticed even at this young age. The child who shares their snack, who helps a struggling peer, who offers comfort to someone in distress, earns a reputation that opens doors to friendship. Social currency is already being minted and exchanged in the economy of the preschool classroom. Generosity pays dividends in the currency of connection. Around the preschool years, children move from parallel play, where they play side by side without much interaction, toward associative and cooperative play with shared goals. The transition is gradual but unmistakable. Where once two children might build separate towers next to each other, now they begin to build together, coordinating their efforts, negotiating plans, and celebrating shared accomplishments. This shift marks a major milestone in social development, a turning point that changes everything about how children relate to peers. Cooperative play becomes more frequent as children learn to coordinate roles, storylines, and simple rules in their games. A game of house requires agreement about who will be the parent and who the child, what the daily routine will involve, and how problems will be resolved. A game of superheroes requires consensus about powers, villains, and the arc of the adventure. These negotiations happen quickly and fluidly, often without the children even noticing that they are developing sophisticated social skills. The play is the teacher. Social problem solving in young children often appears when they negotiate who gets a turn, who plays which role, or how a game should proceed. These situations, which might seem trivial to adults, are serious business to children. They involve competing desires, limited resources, and the ever-present possibility of conflict. Learning to navigate these challenges teaches skills that will be used throughout life in every situation that requires finding common ground with others. The playground is preparation for the boardroom and the family dinner table. Studies of loose parts and pretend play show that children use negotiation and compromise in play as early forms of social problem solving. When the blocks run low or two children want the same role, solutions must be found. Sometimes a child suggests taking turns. Sometimes one child defers to another. Sometimes a creative compromise emerges that satisfies everyone. Each successful resolution builds confidence and competence for future negotiations. The child learns that problems have solutions if only one is willing to look for them. Conflict resolution between young children often involves quick shifts from disagreement to resumed play, sometimes with adult guidance, but often spontaneously. One moment, two children might be arguing over a toy, voices raised and faces flushed. The next moment, they might be playing happily together, the dispute apparently forgotten. This rapid cycling from conflict to harmony reflects the resilience of early childhood and the priority that children place on maintaining play above all else. The desire to keep playing is a powerful force for peace. Research indicates that preschoolers can repair minor conflicts with friends by offering objects, changing the game, or suggesting new rules. These repair strategies emerge naturally from the desire to keep playing, to preserve the friendship, to restore the harmony that conflict disrupts. The child learns that disagreements need not end relationships, that ruptures can be mended, that forgiveness is possible and often freely given. These lessons about repair and reconciliation are among the most valuable of early childhood. Concepts of sharing and fairness usually begin as equal shares thinking, such as everyone getting the same number of items or turns. Fair means the same to a young child. If one child has 3 crackers, fairness demands that every child have 3 crackers. This rigid equality is the starting point for moral development, a first approximation that will later give way to more nuanced understandings of justice that account for need, effort, and context. But even this simple fairness represents a remarkable achievement, a step beyond pure self-interest. By the later preschool years, some children start to consider effort or need when thinking about what is fair, especially in cooperative tasks. A child who worked harder might deserve more credit. A child who has less might deserve a larger share. These considerations add complexity to moral reasoning, moving beyond simple equality toward more sophisticated justice. The foundations of ethical thinking are being laid in these early years, brick by careful brick. Understanding and following rules often starts through simple imitation of adults or older children during games and routines. The rules of a game, like the rules of social life, are first learned by watching others and copying what they do. Later, the reasons behind the rules become clearer, and the child begins to internalize them as their own values rather than external constraints imposed from above. What begins as imitation becomes conviction. Studies of gameplay in preschool show that children sometimes enforce rules on peers even more strictly than adults do, reflecting early moral seriousness. A child might protest loudly if another child skips a turn or moves a piece incorrectly, insisting on adherence to the rules with an intensity that can surprise grown-ups. This strict enforcement reflects the child's developing sense of justice and their investment in fairness. The rules matter because fairness matters. Early cheating, such as moving game pieces extra spaces, is often interpreted by researchers as experimentation with boundaries rather than stable antisocial behavior. The child who cheats is testing the limits, exploring what happens when rules are broken. Most children quickly discover that cheating undermines the game and damages relationships, lessons that stick better than any lecture could convey. Observational studies suggest that when children break rules in games, they often watch peers or adults' reactions closely. This watching is not passive but active investigation. The child is gathering data, constructing a mental model of social expectations. Every reaction teaches something about the invisible rules that govern social life. Tattling in preschool is frequently motivated by a desire to enforce rules and fairness, not only to gain adult attention. When a child runs to tell a teacher that someone has broken a rule, they are often seeking justice rather than mere attention. They believe in the rules and want them upheld. This motivation, while sometimes annoying to adults, reflects genuine moral concern. The tattler is trying to maintain the social order they have come to value. Researchers have found that children gradually learn to distinguish between reporting serious harm and tattling about minor rule breaking as their social understanding matures. The distinction is subtle but important. A child learns that some violations require adult intervention while others can be handled among peers. This discrimination reflects growing social wisdom, an understanding of when to seek help and when to manage on one's own. It is a step toward independence and social competence. In-group preferences emerge early, with children more likely to favor peers who share familiar characteristics such as language or group membership. This tendency to prefer the familiar is not taught. It appears to be a natural feature of human social cognition, visible even in the earliest years of life. Children gravitate toward those who seem like them, who speak the same way. This preference is the seed from which both loyalty and prejudice can grow. Studies show that preschoolers may allocate more resources or show more helping behavior toward members of their perceived in-group. These biases are subtle but measurable. A child might share more readily with a classmate than with a child from another class. These findings remind us that the roots of group identity and its associated biases reach deep into early childhood. Mood fluctuations are entirely typical during these years, reflecting the developmental energy and heightened sensitivity that characterize early childhood. Excitement, fatigue, and frustration often intermingle within surprisingly short time spans, sometimes shifting from one to another in mere moments. A child may laugh with delight one minute, feel overwhelmed the next, and return to cheerful play shortly after. This emotional variability is not a sign of instability, but rather evidence of a system still learning to regulate itself. The brain regions responsible for modulating emotional responses are still maturing, and the connections between feeling and control have not yet fully strengthened. What seems like an outsized reaction to a small disappointment is often simply the honest expression of a young nervous system that has not yet learned to dampen its responses. With time, patience, and consistent support from those around them, these fluctuations will gradually smooth into more even patterns. Emotional intensity may appear stronger during early childhood than it will in later years, largely because the skills needed to moderate strong feelings are still developing. A minor frustration can feel enormous to a young child, and a small joy can bring overwhelming happiness that lights up their entire being. Adults sometimes forget how vivid these early emotional experiences can be, how a broken cracker or a lost balloon can genuinely feel like tragedy in the moment. This intensity is not drama or manipulation, but authentic feeling, filtered through a mind that has not yet developed the perspective that comes with age and experience. Over time, children learn that strong feelings pass, that disappointments can be survived, and that happiness returns even after sadness. These lessons accumulate slowly, one experience at a time, building the emotional resilience that will carry them through harder challenges in the years to come. As social awareness grows, children begin comparing their own emotions to those of their peers in new and meaningful ways. They notice when a friend seems happy or sad, and they start to recognize that others may feel differently about the same situation. One child might find a particular game thrilling, while another finds it frightening. And recognizing this difference requires a kind of mental flexibility that develops gradually during these years. This recognition fosters adaptability in their responses, allowing children to modify their behavior depending on who they are with and what emotions are present in the moment. A child might learn to be gentler with a sensitive friend, or more energetic with a boisterous one, adjusting their approach based on emotional cues they are learning to read with increasing accuracy and confidence. Emotional understanding deepens considerably through play scenarios involving make-believe feelings. When children pretend to comfort a sad character or celebrate with a happy one, they solidify their empathy practice in ways that feel safe and exploratory. A child soothing a crying doll or cheering up a dejected stuffed animal is rehearsing the very skills they will need in real relationships throughout their lives. These imaginary interactions allow children to experiment with emotional responses without the pressure of real consequences. They can try different approaches, see what feels right, and carry those lessons into their actual lives with others. The boundary between pretend and real remains permeable enough that skills learned in one realm transfer readily to the other. This is one of the quiet gifts of imaginative play during these formative years. Cooperative play introduces situations that test fairness, forgiveness, and compromise in increasingly complex ways. Disagreements arise naturally when children work together, and resolving them requires patience and perspective from everyone involved. A shared building project might collapse due to competing visions, or a pretend game might stall when two children want the same role. These moments of friction, though sometimes difficult in the moment, provide essential practice in negotiation and emotional management. Children learn to state their preferences clearly, listen to what others want, and find solutions that allow play to continue. The emotional work involved in these negotiations is substantial, requiring children to manage their own disappointment while remaining connected to their playmates and invested in the shared activity. Friendships offer a particularly rich training ground for emotional honesty and mutual support during these early years. Within the safety of a trusted relationship, children can express their true feelings and receive understanding in return. A friend becomes someone who knows when you are sad, who celebrates when you are happy, who notices when something is wrong, even before you say anything. These early friendships teach children that emotional connection is possible, that vulnerability can be met with care rather than judgment, that sharing feelings deepens rather than weakens bonds between people. The lessons learned in these first close relationships shape expectations about intimacy and trust that persist throughout life. Even simple interactions between young friends carry weight far beyond what they might appear to hold on the surface. Preschool humor also enhances emotional connection and shared joy in ways that strengthen social bonds between peers. Silly jokes, exaggerated faces, and playful teasing create moments of laughter that bring children together in spontaneous delight. The content of the humor matters less than the shared experience of finding something funny together. A nonsense word, an unexpected noise, a pretend fall. These become sources of shared amusement that forge lasting connection. Group laughter acts as low-stakes practice for emotional synchrony, helping children attune to one another's rhythms and responses. When children laugh together, they are practicing the kind of emotional coordination that underlies deeper forms of connection. They are learning to share, feeling states, to respond to social cues, and to create moments of mutual happiness and warmth. Social stories, media, and everyday observation continue to feed emotional vocabulary growth throughout these years. Words like surprised, lonely, confused, jealous, nervous, proud, or excited appear as understanding becomes more refined. Children absorb these terms from the conversations around them, from the books they hear read aloud, and from the programs they watch. Each new word provides a handle for grasping an experience that might otherwise remain formless and difficult to communicate to others. Naming an emotion makes it more manageable, more understandable, more shareable with people who care. The expansion of emotional vocabulary is one of the quiet achievements of these years, gradually giving children a richer palette for describing their inner lives and making sense of the feelings that move through them each day. By mid-preschool years, many children can describe mixed or overlapping emotions with surprising accuracy and sophistication. They begin to understand that two emotions can coexist within the same moment, that someone can feel both happy and nervous about an upcoming event, or both sad and relieved when something ends. This recognition of emotional complexity marks genuine progress in inner awareness and self-understanding. Life does not always present simple feelings, and the ability to hold multiple emotions simultaneously reflects a more sophisticated understanding of human experience. Children who grasp this complexity are better prepared for the nuanced emotional landscapes they will encounter as they grow older and face more complicated situations in their relationships and lives. Sensitivity varies widely among children of the same age, and these differences deserve respect rather than correction or concern. Some children react strongly to sensory input, social situations, or emotional events, while others prefer quiet reflection and take longer to show their feelings outwardly. Neither approach is better or worse. They simply represent different ways of experiencing the world and processing what happens in it. Such individual differences form part of a broader temperament pattern that shapes how each child engages with their environment and the people around them. Understanding a child's particular sensitivity helps adults respond in ways that honor rather than override their natural tendencies and rhythms. Emotional learning accumulates through repetition, empathy, and the consistent responses of caring adults who remain present through all the ups and downs of daily life. Each interaction offers another opportunity to practice naming feelings, regulating responses, and connecting with others in meaningful ways. A comforting word after a disappointment, a celebration of a small success, a patient explanation when feelings run high. These moments add up over time, building the emotional skills that children will carry into adulthood and draw upon throughout their lives. By age 6, many children can articulate their own feelings with clarity and identify the emotions of others with genuine nuance and understanding. Emotional awareness and empathy by this stage create a balanced blend of warmth and understanding that will serve them well in the years ahead, forming the foundation for meaningful relationships and lasting personal well-being. The work of these early years is quiet but profound, shaping not just how children feel, but how they understand feeling itself, and how they will come to understand the feelings of others for the rest of their lives. First friendships in early childhood often form around shared activities and repeated contact in familiar settings, such as preschool classrooms or neighborhood playgrounds. Children gravitate toward other children they see regularly, finding comfort in the predictability of familiar faces and the ease of established routines. These early bonds may seem simple on the surface, built around who plays nearby or who likes the same toys, but they carry real emotional significance for the children involved. The joy of seeing a friend arrive at school, the disappointment when that friend is absent, the special excitement of a play date, these feelings are genuine and meaningful, even when the friendship itself is based on proximity and shared interest rather than deeper connection. Between the ages of 3 and 6, children tend to describe friends as those they play with regularly, rather than in terms of deeper personality traits or shared values that might characterize older friendships. A friend is someone who shows up, someone who wants to play the same games, someone who is there when fun is happening. Ask a 4-year-old why someone is their friend, and they might say because they play together every day, or because they both like trucks, or because they sit at the same table during snack time. This understanding will deepen considerably with time, but it represents an important and necessary beginning. Children must first learn how to be with others before they can learn to understand others at deeper levels. Choosing playmates at this age is strongly influenced by similar play interests, such as enjoying the same games, toys, or imaginative scenarios. Children notice when another child shares their enthusiasm for building blocks or pretending to be animals, and this recognition of shared interest draws them together naturally. There is something powerful about finding someone who wants to do what you want to do, who sees the appeal in the same activities, who gets excited about the same things. Research shows that preschoolers are more likely to name peers as friends when they observe those peers sharing, helping, or cooperating with others. Kindness and generosity stand out, even to young eyes, marking certain children as desirable companions worth seeking out and staying close to. Around the preschool years, children move from parallel play, where they play side by side without much direct interaction, toward associative and cooperative play with shared goals and ongoing communication. This transition represents a significant step in social development, as children learn to coordinate their actions with those of others and to incorporate others into their play in meaningful ways. Parallel play is not inferior to cooperative play. It serves an important developmental function, allowing children to be near others and observe others while still maintaining control of their own activity. But the move toward genuine cooperation opens new possibilities for learning, for relationship, and for the kind of joy that comes from creating something together. Cooperative play becomes more frequent as children learn to coordinate roles, storylines, and simple rules in their games. Building a block tower together, running a pretend restaurant, or playing house all require children to communicate their intentions and respond to the intentions of others. Each child must understand what the other is trying to do and find a way to contribute to the shared activity. Social problem solving in young children often appears when they negotiate who gets a turn, who plays which role, or how a game should proceed when disagreements arise. These negotiations may seem small from an adult perspective, but they represent genuine cognitive and emotional work for the children involved. Studies of pretend play and constructive play show that children use negotiation and compromise in their games as early forms of the social problem solving they will need throughout their lives. When two children both want to be the doctor in a pretend hospital, they must find a solution. Perhaps taking turns, perhaps inventing a second doctor role, perhaps one agreeing to be the patient this time with the promise of being doctor next time. The skills practiced in these small negotiations transfer to more complex situations later on. Every successful resolution teaches that conflict need not end relationship, that differences can be worked out, that other people's desires matter alongside one's own. Conflict resolution between young children often involves quick shifts from disagreement to resumed play, sometimes with adult guidance, but often spontaneously and without intervention. A quarrel over a toy can dissolve into shared play within moments, as though the dispute never happened. This flexibility is one of the gifts of early childhood, the ability to move on quickly, to not hold grudges, to let go of friction in favor of continued connection. Research indicates that preschoolers can repair minor conflicts with friends by offering objects, changing the game, or suggesting new rules that satisfy everyone involved. These repair strategies demonstrate a practical understanding of how to maintain relationships even when friction occurs. Concepts of sharing and fairness usually begin as equal shares thinking, such as everyone getting the same number of items or the same number of turns. This straightforward approach to fairness provides a starting point that makes sense to young minds. If there are 6 cookies and 3 children, each child should get 2. If there is a swing and 3 children want to use it, each should get a turn of equal length. By the later preschool years, some children start to consider effort or need when thinking about what is fair, especially in cooperative tasks. They may recognize that someone who worked harder deserves more, or that someone who has less needs to receive more. This more sophisticated understanding of fairness develops gradually and unevenly, appearing in some situations before others. Understanding and following rules often starts through simple imitation of adults or older children during games and routines. Children watch how others play and adopt those patterns as their own, learning the structure of games and activities by observation before they fully understand the reasons behind the rules. Studies of gameplay in preschool show that children sometimes enforce rules on peers even more strictly than adults do, reflecting an early moral seriousness about how things should be done. The rules of a game become important precisely because they create structure and predictability, allowing everyone to know what to expect and what is expected of them. Early rule breaking, such as moving game pieces, extra spaces, or taking an extra turn, is often interpreted by researchers as experimentation with boundaries rather than stable antisocial behavior. Children are testing what happens when rules are bent, learning through the reactions of others what is acceptable and what is not. Observational studies suggest that when children break rules in games, they often watch peers or adults' reactions closely to gather information about social expectations. The response to rule breaking teaches more than the rule itself ever could. Through these experiments, children learn not just what the rules are, but why they matter and what happens when they are violated. Tattling in preschool is frequently motivated by a desire to enforce rules and fairness, not simply to gain adult attention or get someone in trouble. When a child reports that another child took too many crackers or skipped someone's turn, they are often expressing genuine concern about the maintenance of fair order. Researchers have found that children gradually learn to distinguish between reporting serious harm and tattling about minor rule breaking as their social understanding matures. They come to understand that some violations warrant adult intervention while others can be handled among peers or simply let go without comment. In-group preferences emerge early in development, with children more likely to favor peers who share familiar characteristics such as language, appearance, or group membership. These preferences appear without explicit teaching, arising from the natural human tendency to feel comfortable with the familiar and to categorize the social world into groups. Studies show that preschoolers may allocate more resources or show more helping behavior toward members of their perceived in-group than toward out-group members, even when group distinctions are arbitrary or recently created. This tendency toward in-group favoritism is not inevitable or fixed, however. Children can learn to extend their circle of concern when environments emphasize cooperation across groups and when adults model inclusive behavior consistently. The social preferences that form in early childhood are flexible and responsive to the values expressed in the surrounding community. These early patterns of friendship, fairness, rule following, and group preference represent the beginning of a social education that will continue for many years to come. The playground and preschool classroom serve as laboratories for learning how to live among others, how to balance personal desires with group harmony, and how to build relationships that matter. The lessons learned here, however simple they may seem at first glance, lay essential groundwork for all the social complexity that lies ahead in the lifelong and deeply rewarding journey of human connection, belonging, and community that each child will travel in their own unique way. Social hierarchies in preschool settings arise naturally as some children become central figures in play networks, while others remain more peripheral. This is not necessarily a matter of popularity in the adult sense of the word, but rather a reflection of who initiates play, who others want to be near, and who seems to set the tone for group activities. These patterns emerge organically through daily interactions, as children notice who is fun to play with, who has good ideas, and who makes play more enjoyable for everyone involved. Children perceived as socially skilled or cooperative often occupy more central positions in these early peer networks, drawing others to them through a combination of friendliness, imagination, and reliability. Being central in the social network is not about dominance, but about connection, about being someone others seek out, because being with them feels good. Leadership in preschool groups commonly emerges from children who initiate games, suggest roles, or coordinate group activities in ways that others find appealing and want to follow. The child who says, "Let us play store," and organizes who will be the shopkeeper and who will be the customer is exercising a form of leadership, even without formal recognition or authority. This kind of leadership is democratic in nature. It persists only so long as others choose to participate and find value in following. If a child's suggestions are consistently uninteresting or unfair, others simply drift away to different activities. Longitudinal research finds that early leadership behaviors are often associated with higher levels of social understanding and communication skills that serve children well throughout their development and into their adult lives. Children who can read social situations accurately, express themselves clearly, and respond sensitively to others' needs tend to find themselves in positions of natural influence within their peer groups. Popularity in early childhood tends to be linked more with prosocial behaviors, such as sharing and friendliness, than with dominance or aggression alone. Children who are kind, who include others readily, who share toys willingly and without resentment, these children often become the ones others want to play with and be around. Some studies show that children who are both assertive and cooperative are more likely to be rated as well-liked by their peers, suggesting that a balance of self-advocacy and consideration for others serves children well in the social world. Neither passivity nor aggression tends to produce lasting social success. Rather, it is the combination of confidence and kindness that draws others close and keeps them there. These patterns, established early in life, can set trajectories that influence social experiences for years to come. Rejection experiences, such as being left out of a game or told you cannot play with us, have been associated with higher levels of later social anxiety in some longitudinal studies. Being excluded hurts, and repeated exclusion can leave lasting marks on a child's sense of belonging and social confidence that persist long after the original incidents have been forgotten. The pain of rejection is real and should not be minimized, even when the incidents seem small from an adult perspective. Short episodes of exclusion in preschool can influence children's mood and sense of security, but many children return quickly to other activities or alternative peer groups, showing resilience in the face of social disappointment. The ability to bounce back from rejection, to find other friends, to not dwell too long on being left out, this resilience develops with practice, support, and the steady presence of caring adults who help children process difficult experiences and maintain perspective. Sibling relationships in early childhood often combine warmth, shared play, and frequent conflict, providing a unique practice ground for negotiation skills and emotional management that cannot be replicated elsewhere. Brothers and sisters play together, fight together, compete for attention, and comfort each other, all within the intimacy of family life where relationships are permanent and cannot be escaped. These relationships are among the longest lasting any person will have, and the patterns established early can persist for decades. Research links positive sibling interactions with better social competence in peer groups, while high conflict relationships can predict later social difficulties, both within and outside the family. The lessons learned with siblings, how to share space, how to resolve disputes without destroying the relationship, how to cope with not always getting what you want, how to forgive and move on after arguments, transfer naturally to relationships beyond the family walls and into the broader social world. Cross-cultural studies show that in some cultures, preschool children spend more time in mixed-age peer groups, while in others, age-segregated classrooms are more typical. These different structures shape social learning in different ways, with mixed age groups offering more opportunities for younger children to learn from older ones and for older children to practice nurturing, teaching, and leadership. Despite structural differences across cultures, many social milestones, such as forming friendships, learning to share, understanding fairness, and managing conflict, appear in the preschool years regardless of cultural context or setting. Children everywhere learn to navigate relationships, to understand what others expect, to connect with those who share their interests. The specific forms these skills take may vary from place to place, but the underlying developmental processes appear remarkably consistent across human societies and historical periods. One well-known myth about early childhood is that sugar intake directly causes hyperactivity. Controlled research trials have generally failed to support a strong causal link between sugar consumption and behavior in children, despite how firmly many parents believe in the connection. The energetic behavior often attributed to sugar may have more to do with exciting situations, parties, celebrations, special treats, than with the sugar itself. Reviews of behavioral studies suggest that adult expectations play a significant role in these perceptions. When parents expect sugar to cause hyperactivity, they may perceive their children as more active regardless of what the children actually consumed. This example illustrates how important it is to examine common beliefs about childhood carefully, rather than accepting them uncritically based on folk wisdom alone or repeated assumptions that have never been properly tested. Research on imagination shows that pretend play can support the development of flexible thinking and problem-solving skills in preschoolers in ways that extend far beyond the play itself. Children who engage in rich, imaginative play practice thinking about possibilities, considering alternatives, and shifting perspectives, all skills that serve them in academic and social contexts alike. Long-term studies indicate that these pretend play experiences are associated with more advanced social cognitive skills, such as perspective taking and understanding others' mental states in later childhood. One surprising finding is that children can learn scientific or logical concepts more effectively when they are embedded in imaginative play scenarios rather than presented as abstract information. The imagination exercised in play appears to strengthen mental capacities that serve children well across many domains of learning and life, making play far more than mere entertainment. Practice with symbolic play, such as using objects to stand in for something else, has been linked to improvements in language and executive function. When a child uses a banana as a telephone or a blanket as a superhero cape, they are exercising the same symbolic capacity that underlies language use and abstract thinking. Play-based learning research suggests that children in play-focused preschools often show equal or better academic outcomes in later grades than peers from more direct instruction programs that emphasize drills and structured lessons. Studies highlight that child-led play supports not only cognitive skills but also motivation and positive attitudes toward school that persist over time. A common misconception is that preschoolers have very short attention spans for all tasks, yet research shows they can sustain attention for extended periods when deeply engaged in meaningful play of their own choosing. Executive function studies demonstrate that interest and choice matter greatly, and creating environments where children can engage deeply supports development far better than attempting to stretch attention through discipline or external rewards alone. The social hierarchies, leadership patterns, and play-based learning that characterize these important years form an interconnected web of development that shapes who children will become as they grow. Children learn about themselves through their relationships with others, discover their capacities through exploration and experimentation, and build the foundations for all future learning through the deceptively simple act of play. What looks like children merely playing is actually children doing the most important work of their young lives, learning how to be human among other humans, how to think creatively and flexibly, and how to find lasting joy in discovery and in meaningful connection with the many other human beings who share this remarkable and beautiful world we all inhabit together throughout our lives.